Okay.
The next matter.
Defense have any position on that?
I anticipated, and I think that's a proper request.
Okay. I will get that drafted and enter it as soon as it's tendered.
Judge, I think Ms. Drake has already let your staff know via text message, including me this morning, about two other witnesses who are making a request to not have their faces filmed. I'll be clear, it's not the state's motion to obscure their faces, but the first witness, Ms. Tracy Bryant, has asked, I believe, Ms. Drake, if the court would order the media not to film her face. And the second witness, Ms. Senovia Parks, has also made the same request. Those are not the state's motions, but I wanted to advise the court of their requests and leave it in whatever discretion the court sees on that. I will note that pursuant to my examination of Ms. Bryant is very brief. I do not have any questions for her related to any sexual testimony, anything remotely close to that. Also, Ms. Parks, pursuant to the court's order denying my motion to admit other acts evidence, I'm not asking her any of the questions related to any of those videos that we discussed at the motions hearing. And so because of that, I do not have any questions to ask her that I believe will elicit any sexual testimony from her as it relates to the defendant.
Ms. Drake?
Yes, Your Honor. Both of the individuals, Senovia, she happened to be here super early when I got here. We were just chit-chatting, and she brought that up as a concern. I believe both of these women have received somewhat fearful messages from the public that has made them fearful. Certainly audio, if the court still wants to send out audio, that's completely fine. If their faces could be blurred so that the proceedings could still go, I just told them that I would bring their concerns to the court.
Okay. What's the state's position on Ms. Bryant, which I shouldn't do this. I think that's the defendant's mother. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And Ms. Parks, which we've heard from before in motions hearings, is his ex-girlfriend or ex-girlfriend. Yes.
So, Judge, I don't want to make any witness uncomfortable. That's not what my intention is ever. To the extent that any order, I don't know that one way or the other, if the court ordered the media not to film either one of their faces, that would be some kind of structural constitutional issue with an open courtroom or anything like that. The courtroom is open. There are members of the public here. Their faces cannot be obscured here in court, so people will see their faces. I don't have a position one way or the other. I'll leave it to the discretion of the court. I think the court has given sound discretion to control the environment here in the courtroom, and you could order that if you saw fit. I don't see it as necessary, and the state is not requesting that, but I'll leave it in your discretion. I do want to point out, and I should have mentioned a moment ago, when Ms. Drake contacted me and your office this morning about Ms. Bryant's request, she also made mention in that message that Ms. Bryant did not want her phone number published.
I'm sorry, not Ms. Bryant, Ms. Parks.
Oh, okay. Maybe I misunderstood the message then. Unfortunately, because of the nature of their testimony, which I believe focuses very strongly on their communications with the defendant on the evening that Ms. Morales was taken, I have to ask them their phone numbers because I need their verification of their numbers on the record for the jury. So I'm not trying to cause anybody to be threatened or have any sort of negative treatment because of it, but I do need to ask them those questions.
Your Honor, for foundational purposes, I don't know if the court wanted to do it when the jury's in, we would be willing to stipulate that number that they're going to show her in some text messages is in fact her phone number.
I don't believe that's enough.
Judge, so
For the record.
legally, would it be sufficient to establish a fact? Yes, of course, a stipulation is. However, for purposes of the jury hearing and understanding which witness has which phone number and communications, I am going to respectfully reject the defendant's offer to stipulate to that and ask the witness their phone numbers.
Okay. Would the state agree to the last 4 digits? I know there are many, many phone numbers in this case, and I know we're going to start having lots of evidence about phones coming in, probably today, but definitely next week.
Well, Your Honor, the third witness I intend to call is Investigator Wilbanks.
Right.
He has a PowerPoint presentation that he has put together documenting phone records, and they are replete with the phone numbers.
Okay.
There's no escaping their phone numbers being published here in open court. Those exhibits have their phone numbers on them because it's how Investigator Wilbanks mapped the records, and so no matter what these witnesses say or don't say, or which numbers they give, or last 4 or full number, they are going to be published in open court.
Okay. I'm going to grant the defense's motion that Ms. Tracy Bryant's face will not be filmed. And I'm going to direct the 2 press agencies here not to take photographs or video of Tracy Bryant's face. I'm going to grant the defense's request that Ms. Park's face will not be shown and disseminated. I'm going to direct the press not to take pictures of Ms. Park's face. You can take pictures or video from the neck down. I'm going to grant the state's motion to have Ms. Lainez, Lainez, L-A-I-N-E-S,
Z, Your Honor.
face not to, for the press not to show Ms. Lainez face, not to take photographs of her face or video. It can be from the neck down. I'm going to grant the state's request to prohibit any video or still shots of the video of exhibits 22 and 22.1.
Yes, sir.
So, and that is going to be with witness, do you expect that to be your second witness?
No, Your Honor, that'll probably be the 4th or 5th witness.
4th or 5th witness, okay. And press, I'm going to give you heads up when these witnesses are coming, because there are going to be graphic, as I understand it, graphic video played on the screen that you're not to take photographs or videos. And then there is going to be a documentary piece of evidence that has in some part of it a picture of the video that was allegedly sent, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, I am going to deny the defendant's request to not have full phone numbers published or streamed, live streamed, or photographs of the live photograph of the cell phone numbers, because of I think they're very integral to this case and have to be testified in full.
I completely understand. Thank you, ma'am.
Just a few other logistical matters. The state anticipates calling as its 4th witness this morning an inmate who is incarcerated currently at the Gwinnett County Detention Center, although he is housed and assigned to the state prison system. He is here in the courthouse. The sheriff's office has ensured that he has no contact with Mr. Bryant and is being housed somewhere else. But because of that, getting the logistics of getting him up here and into the courtroom will take a few minutes in order to effectuate. My intention this morning is to begin to call Ms. Bryant, to call Ms. Parks, and to call Investigator Wilbanks. I believe that with those 3 witnesses combined, we'll probably be over an hour and a half. We may have to take a break in Investigator Wilbanks' testimony. I don't know, depending on how long or how much of a cross there is. But if it's possible, I want to get those 3 witnesses done and then ask the court to take a morning recess so that the sheriff's office can navigate getting Mr. Jones up here.
Okay.
His name is Michael Ryan Jones. That will require, after talking to the sheriff's office, require them taking Mr. Bryant into the back, securing him, bringing Mr. Jones out. And so all of that cannot happen in the presence of the jury.
Okay.
I just wanted to put that
I appreciate that.
out there. After Mr. Jones, I intend to call the 2 404B victims that I've mentioned, Ms. Bates and Ms. Lanius. Judge, I had, Ms. Matucci had last night filed and served an addendum to the state's request to charge.
Okay.
In this case, that contained a single charge, which is a limiting instruction for 404B evidence. And to be quite frank with you, Your Honor, since we've been in trial all week, I'm not sure if the defendant, I've not read their request to charge yet. And so I don't know if there was one that Ms. Drake had requested on behalf of Mr. Bryant, but in review of the law and understanding the nature of the evidence in the court's order granting this evidence as 404B evidence, I believe that in an abundance of caution that the court should read that limiting instruction to the jury prior to those witnesses being called, just so that there's no error in the trial.
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
Okay.
And did you receive a copy, Ms. Drake, of our request to charge?
I'm sure I did, but I was docked out last night, but I'm sure it's appropriate. There's a standard one that pretty much,
Right.
There's one, if it's from the pattern, that's fine.
And that's what we submitted, Your Honor, was the pattern charge. The only change to the pattern charge is putting in the charge which counts are at issue, which in our request to charge are counts 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Okay.
We did not include count 5, which is the false report of a crime, as an offense for which this evidence is being offered to show intent, motive, and lack of mistake or accident.
Okay. And that, all your 404B witnesses are going to come after the break?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, the break, the first break. Yeah.
Depending on how
Maybe
long all
after
this
lunch.
takes me, it could be into the afternoon. I lastly wanted to just discuss the remaining witnesses in the trial and what the state anticipates at this point. Dr. Carol Terry, who is the medical examiner, has been out of town. Was out of town this week since we've been calling witnesses and has been unavailable to testify until this afternoon. So she anticipates being here by 2 p.m. From her travels in order to offer testimony to the court this afternoon, and that is the state's intention to call her at that time. The remaining witnesses, after we get through the ones that I've already mentioned this morning, or whether they take into the afternoon, with the addition of Dr. Terry, the only remaining witnesses the state intends to call at this point are going to be Corporal Norman Howard. Corporal Howard is the individual with the police department who examined and forensically extracted the defendant's cellular phones and the defendant's computer that was police issued, his mobile data terminal, or MDT. Corporal Howard, I called him yesterday and was informed and found out for the first time that Corporal Howard is out of town at a training conference in North Carolina. I was not made aware of that. He did not inform us of that when we met with him last week. And so that was a surprise to me, but he will be back on Monday. So I cannot call him today because he is out of state. We also intend to call Sergeant Ryan Jorstad. Sergeant Jorstad, we addressed this. He testified at the motions hearing, and his testimony, I intend to introduce through him a two recordings, one of which is a recording of when he and Corporal Gorig went to pick up the defendant at his apartment complex and drive him back to the police department for an interview. That is approximately a little over 30 minutes long. The other recording is the defendant's interview. I have redacted out some dead space in there, some of the dead space. There's quite a bit of, I say dead space. What I mean is moments when the defendant is sitting in the interview room without being interviewed and no one's in there. There's quite a bit of that that's still in the video. It is approximately 3.5 hours long, even redacted. Now, Ms. Drake brought up to me, I believe maybe Monday or Tuesday of this week, that there was a mention in that interview of evidence which the court has excluded. That is the burglary, attempted burglary, whatever you want to call it, break-in of Penelope Duran's house. She was a 404B victim that we had requested the court deny. I'd honestly forgotten that was very briefly mentioned in there. There are timestamps that Detective Carter has given to me. I have not had the opportunity to have the lab redact those out yet, but I am consenting to redacting them. It's not a legal issue. It is a logistical one. It just needs to happen.
Right.
In any event, when Sergeant Jorstad is called, I anticipate his testimony, just watching videos, to be over 4 hours in addition to any other testimony. It will likely take half a day or more to complete his testimony. I do not anticipate being able to call him today for that reason, as we get to the afternoon. So my intention was to call him on Monday morning to begin his testimony. Also, frankly, it's a lot of video, and it's Friday. And everybody,
That's fine. That's fine. Let's move on.
Right.
Go ahead and tell me what else you need to tell me. It's at 9:25, Mr.
I understand. And the last witness will be Detective Carter, which I intend to call after Sergeant Jorstad.
Okay.
So,
Monday or Tuesday. I get it.
correct. The remaining witness that we talked about yesterday was Ms. Nettinger, who is the crime scene specialist. She is currently taking an exam for command college this morning. And
When are you going to call her? That's what I need to know.
She has no idea how long it's going to take her. She texted me this morning. She's going to text me whenever that is done. The CSI department is attempting to get another CSI witness to be able to testify in her stead. So that may happen this afternoon.
That's fine.
I just want to let the court know, if we get through all the witnesses and Dr. Terry, she may be the last witness I'm available to call today.
I get it.
Just letting everybody.
Hopefully Nettinger can get here.
I am hoping so.
Yeah.
And Your Honor, I understand that just from the presentation of this case, it makes sense to do it that way.
Right.
And
Yeah.
that's fine.
It is what it is.
Yes, ma'am.
It is what it is. People are under subpoena. They need to let you know these things, but you can't control them, unfortunately.
I don't like surprises, and I don't want to surprise the court.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
So
I appreciate that. Okay.
Everything that could be an issue today, next.
I appreciate that. We will work around any scheduling issues. Is the state ready to bring jury in?
Sure.
Okay. Is defense ready?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Bring the jury in. I anticipate there may be some witnesses that may be wearing masks. I don't know if they will be able to be heard. I will address that with them.
Yes, sure.
Thank you. Thank you very much. All right. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I appreciate you being on time. I think everybody was early. I got notice of that. We all were here at 9, but we had a few legal issues that we had to take up. So sorry for the delay in getting started. And again, as always, appreciate your patience. State ready?
We are, Your Honor.
Is defense ready?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. I believe state's call its next witness.
Judge, the state is going to call Tracy Bryant.
Right up here, ma'am. Watch your step coming up. If you remain standing, you can raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this case is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. Please be seated. Would you like some water?
No, thank you.
Are you sure? Okay, if you want some. Have you ever testified in court, ma'am?
No, ma'am.
Okay. It's really important that you answer audibly so that my court reporter can take down your responses. And it's really important that you speak loudly into the microphone so that you can be heard. I have instructed all the press at your request in the defendant's motion not to film your face during your testimony, okay? And just, the attorneys are going to ask you questions. If you may anticipate what they're asking and want to jump in there and answer, and then both of y'all talk at the same time, and then Sheila, my court reporter, can't take that down.
Okay.
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 And if you need any water, we can stop at any time.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm well, thank you. If you would, introduce yourself to the jury and tell us your name.
My name is Tracy Bryant.
All right. And Ms. Bryant, would you mind please spelling your name for the court reporter?
Traceybryant.
All right. And Ms. Bryant, how are you related to the defendant, Miles Bryant?
He's my son.
Ms. Bryant, you don't have to give us your address, but can you tell us generally where you live?
Across Georgia.
All right. And did the defendant, did he grow up in your home?
Yes.
And at some point, did he move out of your home to an apartment over at the Sterling Glen Apartments?
Yes.
Do you recall approximately when he moved out and left your home?
No.
Okay. Now, when he moved out, did you ever visit him at that apartment complex?
No.
Okay. Had you ever met not any, let me be more specific. Had you ever met either girlfriend of your sons, Miss Avion Smyer or Miss Senovia Parks?
Yes.
And you met both of them?
Yes.
Did you ever spend time with them?
Yes.
Would that be at your house or at the defendant's home?
I've never been to his home.
That makes sense. So was it at your house or somewhere else?
Sometimes at my house, sometimes somewhere else.
Okay. How many times do you think that let me ask it a different way. Did you spend time with either one of the young ladies and your son regularly?
No.
Ms. Bryant, there's going to take you back to the night of July 26th of 2022. Would you please tell the court what your phone number is?
No.
Well, I'm going to have to ask the court to instruct the witness to answer the question.
You have to give your phone number, ma'am.
And my whole phone number on
Yes, your whole phone number.
770-256-0216.
This seems like an obvious question, but I have to ask it. Did you ever call or text with your son?
Yes.
Would you regularly? Would you call and text and talk to your son regularly?
Yes.
How far from, if you know, how far from your home is it to the apartment where your son was living in?
Maybe 3 to 5 miles, I'm not sure.
How long do you think it would take to drive it?
Maybe less than 2 minutes.
Now, back on July 26th of 2022, do you recall getting a text message from the defendant at 11:51 p.m. where he said, "It's me"?
No.
All right. Now let me, so you don't recall or you didn't get the text message?
I don't recall, nor did I get it. Do I know if I got a text message?
Okay. I'm going to show something to Ms. Drake here momentarily. Ms. Bryant, I have in my hand what I've marked as State's Exhibit number 54. This is a printout of a text message between your son and you on July 26th of 2022 at 11:51 p.m. If I show this to you, do you think it might refresh your recollection as to whether or not you got a text message from your son that night?
Probably not.
You don't think it will refresh your recollection?
Not from July to 2022. I mean, it may, but I talked to him a lot.
Well, let me just have you take a look at it.
Okay.
You don't have to read it out loud. You just look at it yourself. I'll point out to you here what's important. Here is the time. This is who it is from. To. It's from the owner of the phone to this phone number, which is 770-256-0216. And here is the content of the message here. Take a look at that.
The content, it says, it's me.
Well, and you don't have to read it out. I just want you to read that. Look at that yourself. Ms. Bryant, you looked at State's Exhibit 54.
Yes.
After looking at that, does it refresh your recollection about whether the defendant texted you at 11:51 saying it's me?
No.
It doesn't refresh your recollection? Okay. Well, let me ask you, did he text you at 11:51 saying it's me?
If you have it on the paper, I'm sure, but I don't remember. I don't remember for July 2022.
And I understand. You've been aware since the defendant's arrest that he's been charged with these offenses, right?
Yes.
You talk to him on a regular basis?
Yes.
Now, so you're pretty familiar with a lot of the facts in the case?
I mean, what you've told me.
You and I have talked before.
Yes.
Okay.
All right, Deputy, would you take the phone?
Yes.
Hold on just a moment. Oh, is it your phone?
Yeah, and I just dropped it on the thing. I'm sorry. I put it on the bench.
All right, it's the witness's phone. No, it needs to be turned off.
Right out. I'm sorry. I apologize.
Turned off. No problem. We all forget. Thank you, Debbie.
Are you aware that the day that we're talking about, July 26th of 2022, are you aware that's the night that Ms. Morales, the victim in the case, went missing?
You told me this about 2 weeks ago when you and I spoke on the phone, and I told you I had to go back through my pictures to see that date, but I don't recall.
Let me ask you, that night, do you remember the defendant coming over to your house and knocking on the door or coming into your home in any way?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, that same night, and I know it's been a long time ago, that same night, the defendant told Ms. Meyer that he was on the phone with you, said that he was talking to his mama, and around 10:58 p.m., Do you recall having a phone conversation with him that night?
No,
Are you aware that his phone records show no call taking place between the two of you at that time or any time that night?
I don't remember anything about July, that date. I don't know. We talk all the time, but I don't know the dates. I can't tell you. I talked to him in June or July, August.
You talk to him frequently.
Yes,
Would you say it was about, every day?
not every day.
Do you recall the next morning? So this is not July 26th, but the next day, July 27th, at around 6 a.m. in the morning, you responded to your son's text message, the "It's me" text message, and asked him what's up. Do you remember sending him that text message?
I mean, it's possible. I don't remember.
But do you have any recollection in between those times, 11:51 p.m. till approximately 6 a.m., do you have any recollection of seeing or talking to your son that night at all?
I don't know. I don't remember. I mean, his schedule, he worked at night, so he called in the mornings when he got off, but I can't tell you that day.
Were you aware that he was not working that night?
I'm not aware. Like I told you on the phone, we were out of town, so when we came back, I'm sure I talked to him, but I don't remember.
And I understand, and that's all right. I do appreciate you being here and answering questions. Thank you, ma'am.
Hi, Miss Bryant, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. I just have a question for you. If you and your husband were asleep or y'all were not at home or something, is there a way that Miles would have access to your home?
Yes.
And how is that?
He has the garage door opener.
And how does that get him into your home if he's able to get into the garage?
He comes through the garage and comes through the house, comes inside through the kitchen.
So do you leave the door unlocked
Yes.
inside the garage?
Yes.
That's all I have. Thank you, ma'am.
Anything further from state? May we release this witness?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am, you're released. You can stay in the courtroom if you'd like, or you can leave. Thank you so
Thank you.
much.
And Judge, I apologize. I misspoke. I am asking this should be subject to recall, but I have no issue with her remaining in the courtroom if she so chooses.
Okay. All right, you sure?
Yes, Your Honor. I spoke to Ms. Bryant about that before and to Ms. Drake.
Okay, well, Ms. Bryant, let me just tell you, you're still under subpoena, so the state may call you at some time later, but you may remain in the courtroom at this time. Thank you. All right, state call its next witness.
Your Honor, the state is going to call Senovia Parks.
Okay, I want to just notify the press that this is one of the witnesses, that you're not to show her face. There'll be no video, but you're not to show her face on live streaming video or take pictures of her face. Good morning. If you remain standing and raise your right hand, do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this case is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I swear.
Okay. Ma'am, I have instructed the press in the courtroom not to take any photographs or video of your face. I am concerned about you being able to be heard through the mask. We'll try it with that, and if you can't be heard,
I would just take it off.
are you comfortable taking it off?
Yeah, as long as I'm not
Okay.
recorded.
Okay, that'll be fine. Thank you very much. Would you like some water?
Oh, no, thank you.
Okay. And let me just remind you, my court reporter's taken everything down that you say, and so she can't tell if you're nodding or shaking your head, and she doesn't take down or because there might be a mistake. So we may say, is that a yes, is that a no? And please just wait till the two attorneys ask their question before you start answering. We all have this instinct. We know what they're going to ask and we're going to get the answer out. And then Sheila, I get in trouble with my court reporter because she can't take down two people at once. Okay? All right.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Would you please introduce yourself to the court and tell us your name?
Senovia Parks.
All right, and Ms. Parks, if you could you mind spelling your name, please?
SANOVIAPARKS.
Thank you so much. Ms. Parks, how old are you?
I'm 21.
And where do you currently live? You don't have to give us the address.
Oh,
just generally, where do you currently live?
Norcross.
Norcross. And who do you live with?
My parents.
All right. Now, do you know the defendant, Miles Bryant?
Yes.
And can you tell us how you know him?
We grew up as kids.
So, how old were you when you think you met him?
Like elementary, I don't know how old.
Okay. You've known him for a long time?
Yes.
At some point, did you live near him when you were growing up?
No.
How'd you meet him?
School?
And at some point, did you begin a romantic relationship with the defendant?
Yes.
Now, I know maybe it might be hard to give us exact dates, and I'm not asking for exact dates, just the best that you can remember. When did you start a relationship with the defendant?
2019.
2019. And at that time, where were you living?
With my parents.
And where was he living at?
With his parents.
Now, so that's 4 years ago, approximately. Do you know when in 2019?
No.
Now, 4 years ago, does that make you about 17 at the time?
I think so. Yes.
How much? Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
It's okay.
Did you have something else?
Oh, no.
Okay. How much older than you is the defendant?
About 2 years.
So, if you were 17, was he approximately 19 years old at the time y'all started dating?
I can't remember.
But he's about 2 years older than you?
Yes.
Okay. Now, throughout the relationship that you had, at some point, did the defendant move out of his parents' home?
Yes. Yes.
And where did he move to?
Sterling Glen Apartments.
Were you in a relationship with him at the time that he moved?
Yes.
And when at some point, did you also move into the home with the defendant at Sterling Glen Apartments?
Yes.
And if you can remember, when was that?
I really can't remember.
Okay. Now, we're going to talk about some specific facts here on July 26th, and we've already talked about that before. But just to give you a reference point, July 26th of 2022, how long before that, how long had you been were you living in the apartment at that time?
I can't remember.
Okay. How long do you think you lived with the defendant at the apartment at Sterling Glen?
I want to say like 8 months, probably.
Okay. And let me ask, maybe this might be easier for us to narrow down a time. When did you move out?
I can't remember.
Okay, and that's all right. Let me ask, when the defendant was arrested, February 13th of 2023, were you still staying at the apartment at that time?
No.
Okay, so you had moved out and left sometime before then?
Yes.
How long before then do you think? And you can just give us, you don't have to give us exact days. Are we talking days, weeks, months? Do you have any idea?
I can't remember. I know, as far as I know, I just moved out and I stayed with my parents from then.
Okay. Now, I have come to learn that with many people, it's hard to define sometimes when a relationship starts and when it ends. Do Do you have the same experience that sometimes it's a little hard to define when a relationship starts and ends?
Yes.
In your relationship with Miles, you've told us about when it started, but when did it end for you? When, in your mind, when you said the relationship is over, when was that?
Before my birthday.
Before your birthday.
Yes.
And if you can, tell me when your birthday is?
June 26th.
June 26th. All right, so, and we're talking about a number of years here when the relationship went on. So what year was the relationship over?
2022.
2022. You had, so June 26th of 2022 was your birthday. How long before your birthday do you think that, in your mind, the relationship was over?
I want to say like 3 days before.
So right before?
Yes.
Okay. Now, at that time, when you ended the relationship, well, let me ask, did you end it or did the defendant end it?
I ended it.
Okay. And when you ended the relationship, were you living with him at the time at the Sterling Glen Apartments?
Yes.
Now, maybe some obvious questions here, but I have to ask. When you were living there before breaking up, did you share a room with the defendant?
Yes.
His apartment there that you were living at, how many bedrooms was it?
One.
One bedroom. And you had how many beds?
One.
Now, after the relationship ends shortly before your birthday, did you move out at that time?
No.
And how long did you stay at the apartment after that?
I can't remember.
Let me ask some similar questions. Did you stay in the apartment at all after that?
No.
You never lived or stayed at the apartment after you ended the relationship in June of 2022?
I remember packing some things, like half of my stuff, and staying at my parents' house. That's all I remember.
That's all you remember. And do you remember when that happened?
No.
Okay. Now, Ms. Parks, I'm going to take you to February 13th of 2023, the day that the defendant was arrested. Do you recall two detectives, Detective Xavier Biggers, or I said Lieutenant Xavier Biggers, and Corporal Austin Gorig coming to your parents' house to talk to you about the night of July 26, 2022, the night that Susana Morales went missing?
Yes.
Do you recall your conversation that you had with them at that time?
No.
Do you recall them asking you about the night, though, that she went missing?
A little bit, yeah.
I understand. There's the questioning that they were asking you in that day related to the night of, and you chasing, the allegation that the defendant had made of you chasing him around Norcross that night. Do you remember them asking you about that?
No.
Okay. When, let me ask you, after you broke up with him in June of 2022, did you remain in communication with the defendant?
Yes.
How often?
Every other day, we remained as friends.
And you remained as somewhat more than friends even after that, right?
No.
Okay. Now, Ms. Parks, I'm going to have to remind you, you've previously testified that after you broke up with the defendant in June of 2022, that you and the defendant remained friends with benefits. Do you recall testifying that just a few weeks ago?
I can't remember.
You can't remember?
No.
Okay. Well, Ms. Parks, I'm asking you now,
Okay.
did you remain friends with benefits with the defendant after you broke up with him?
Yes.
Okay. And in fact, you also testified that you stayed in the apartment after you broke up for months. Do you recall testifying that even after you broke up, you were living in that apartment with him for months?
A little bit, yes.
You do remember that?
A little bit.
Okay. Now, this is only 2 weeks ago. Do you remember testifying about that?
A little bit. I have a mom brain, so I tend to forget a lot of things.
I understand. You have, and we'll clarify, you have a newborn son?
A 5-month-old.
5 months. That's it. Yeah. How often would you spend time romantically with the defendant? I say romantically, but you're saying friends with benefits, so we could also say sexually. How often were you spending time with the defendant sexually after you broke up?
I can't remember.
Do you remember testifying 2 weeks ago that it was every week?
No.
Let me ask you, but even after you broke up with the defendant, or you ended the relationship with the defendant, did you exchange text messages with him?
A little bit.
A little bit. You recall me telling you that there was over 1,600 pages of text messages between the two of you after this?
Yes.
Okay, so it's a little more than a little bit, right?
Yes.
Okay. And Ms. Parks, I know you don't want to be here, and I know you don't want to testify, but I need you to be honest and truthful about your answers, okay?
Okay.
Those messages, were they about, a lot of those messages, were you and the defendant arguing about your relationship?
Yes.
And even months, 6 months after you broke up, were you sending him messages about wanting to spend your life together and loving him and those types of things?
I can't remember.
Do you remember me showing you those text messages 2 weeks ago and having you read out in court those messages where you were sending to him?
You're gonna have to refresh my memory.
Okay. I'm going to take you to the night of July 26th, 2022. At that time, you were still living in the home with the defendant?
I can't remember.
Can't remember.
No.
You remember telling Lieutenant Biggers and Corporal Gorig that you were living in the apartment with them that night?
I can't remember that far back.
I'm not asking whether you can remember that far back. I'm asking if you remember telling Lieutenant Biggers and Corporal Gorig on February 13th, 2023, when they came to your home, that you were living with the defendant in the home that night.
I can't remember.
Okay.
Ma'am, do you have any kind of medical issue that causes you not to remember?
No, I just don't remember.
Okay, he's asking you questions from 2 weeks ago.
I have a mom brain. I tend to forget a lot of things. That's why
Okay.
I mean, he can refresh my memory and show me things, and yeah, I can probably work with
I
him.
wondered if you had an issue that we needed to know about, take consideration for. No?
No.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Certainly.
Ms. Parks, I'm going to show you a transcript from your testimony on May 21st of 2024. And have you look here, and I'm going to direct you to what I'm talking about here. And I should have shown this Drake first. Let me do that. I just want to make sure that she knows what I'm showing you. You see this?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm going to have you look right here, starting on at the top. Maybe I'll just undo the pages so it's a little easier to see. Okay. Up here at the top. One page back. Do you you recall me asking you back on May 21st about a list of text messages between you and Mr. Bryant?
Where are you reading that at? I'm
Right
sorry.
here, if you read in the last two lines.
Here?
Yes, ma'am. You don't have to read it out loud. You can just read it to yourself. And you had a chance to review it?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Now, do you recall me asking you, as you view these next pages, about the text messages that you and the defendant exchanged after July 26th of 2022?
Now I remember.
Now you remember. Okay.
Yes.
So let me ask you, do you recall this text message here on September 13th of 2022 where the defendant texted you, "Love you, leave the door unlocked"?
Yes.
Okay. And on December 11th, and I'll show you this one down here, December 11th of 2022, do you recall sending a text message from you to the defendant where you said, "I want to continue a future with you. I love you, Miles Bryant"? Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall this text message on January 28th of 2023, right here, where it said, where you read out in court and it says, "See you when I get home," to the defendant?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Parks, now that I have refreshed your recollection, do you remember or acknowledge sending those text messages? And I showed you in there over 1,400 pages of text messages between you and the defendant sent after July 26th of 2022.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Now, those text messages, "I'll see you when I get home," "Love you," "Leave the door unlocked," after reviewing those text messages, and being honest before this court, you're under oath, you were still living with the defendant at his apartment at Sterling Glen Apartments after July 26th of 2022. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to take you to that night. You've given statements to my office. You've given statements to the police. You've testified in court about all of these things. So I'm going to ask you, what happened that night? Were you and the defendant arguing that night?
I want to say yes.
Okay. And what, if you recall, what were you arguing about?
Him being faithful to me.
All right. Him being faithful to you. Did you suspect him of cheating on you at that time?
Yes.
In fact, was that a constant concern pretty much throughout your relationship?
Yes.
Did you know a specific person he had cheated on you with?
Not really.
Did you know somebody named Avion Sminer, or who she was?
Yes. Yes.
Had you ever met her?
No.
But how did you know who she was?
I was cleaning out a bin of clothes and I came across like a love letter from her, and it was a picture of them together. And it was a t-shirt with her name on it and I guess a graduation year. I can't remember. I just know that her name was on the back of a shirt.
Throughout your relationship with the defendant, did you consistently, I'll say consistently, but at times were there times that you would argue with him and confront him about your suspicions of him cheating on you?
Yes.
Was it a pretty common argument that the two of you had?
Yes.
When you would confront the defendant with these allegations that he's cheating on you and things like that, did he admit them, or did he come up with an excuse, or what happened?
Excuses.
Now, that night, the 26th, did you have such an argument with him that we've been discussing, this confronting him about being unfaithful to you?
Yes.
Now, I know it's a long time ago, and so you just do the best you can on remembering. But what time did that start in that day? Was it already going on all day, or was there something that day, if you remember, that triggered that argument?
It was going on all day.
Now, ultimately, you're aware, because we've talked about it before, and you've been questioned about it by police and everybody. The defendant says that you were chasing him around Norcross and other places potentially, just around Norcross that night because of the argument. Were you doing that?
I can't remember.
Do you recall telling Lieutenant Xavier Biggers and Corporal Austin Goldrig and myself and Investigator Kelly Perkins in the back of the courtroom and Katie Haventucci and everybody else that you did not chase him around Norcross that night?
Did not chase him.
Do you recall telling us that that night you were not chasing the defendant around Norcross?
I'm sorry, repeat that question one more time. What last part? The last part.
So the first question was, were you chasing the defendant around Norcross all night that night after that argument?
No.
Thank you. Now, I want to show you a photograph. I've marked it as State Exhibit 53. I'm going to show this trick first. Do you recognize this photograph?
Yes.
All right. And what is this a photograph of, Ms. Parks?
Oakland Townhomes, Oakland Trace Townhomes.
And I can hear you because I'm standing really close to you, but it was you're speaking a little low. Could you say that again so that the court reporter and the jury can hear what you're saying?
Oakland Townhomes, Oakland Trace Townhomes.
Okay, so you're saying the Oak Knoll Townhomes. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
All right. I'm asking you, is this what is this a photograph of in general?
The street. I see houses, townhomes.
All right. And does this appear, have you been to this area before, off Steve Reynolds Boulevard, the Oak Knoll Trace and Oak Knoll Townhomes area?
No.
I'm not saying have you been in the complex, I'm sorry, but down this road and around this area?
I passed it a couple of times, yes.
Okay. Is this an accurate description of that area?
Yes.
Okay. Judge, I move to admit State's Exhibit number 53.
No objection.
State's Exhibit 53 is admitted without objection.
Would you, Judge, may I have permission to publish?
Certainly.
Would you please publish? All right. Now, Ms. Parks, you can see it on the screen to your right. You can also see it on the big monitor to your left here. And I'm going to make our lives a little easier here. You recall me showing this photograph to you before, a few times before you come into court?
Yes. Yes.
All right. And again, you're going to have to speak up just so that everybody can hear you, okay?
If you pull the microphones together, they seem to project better. Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Do you, that night, did you confront the defendant, as you were arguing, did you confront the defendant somewhere about him possibly being cheating on you with somebody?
Yes.
All right. And where did you confront him at? Where did you, just tell us. Let me ask you this before you think. Is the location that you confronted him on the map here contained in Exhibit 53?
Yes.
Okay. Now, if you could, I'm going to ask you to, we have this pointer so that you don't have to reach too far, but if you can stand up and use this, if you'll show the jury where it was that you confronted the defendant that night. And you can stand up, but you can get a little closer.
Be careful of your
Yeah,
steps.
be careful with those steps. Okay. So, thank you so much, Ms. Parks. I want to make sure I'm being correct. On State's Exhibit 53, you're pointing to this roadway here that's directly across Steve Reynolds Boulevard from Oak Lock Trace?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Describe for the jury, first of all, how did you come to find the defendant on that road?
That night, I was just driving around as usual to clear my head, and I came across like a truck that looked like his, and I followed it from a distance, and I seen that he made a left from, he was coming from this way, and he made like a left turn into the complex that's right here.
Okay, so, and I want to make sure that I understand you correctly. The defendant in his truck, was it the black F-150 that he owned and drove?
Yes.
All right, so he was heading on Steve Reynolds Boulevard on this photograph, State's Exhibit 53, kind of from right to left.
Yes.
All right. Now, is that back towards your apartment where you guys were living at?
Yes.
All right. And as he's doing that, did you see him turn left onto the roadway that is across the street from Oak Lock Trace?
Yes.
All right, what did you do?
I followed him from a distance, and as I seen that he made like another turn into like a parking area, he was backing up, and I blocked my car in so he couldn't get out, and that's when I confronted him.
And I can imagine that you were probably pretty upset, were you?
Yes.
What'd you say? What happened?
I was asking him who did he know that lives here and why are you here? He couldn't answer me, and he took off.
Do you have any idea what time this was?
No.
And after you confronted him that night, well, let me ask you first, did you see anybody in the truck with him?
No.
And where were you at? Did you get out of your car?
I got out
All right, where did you go?
to the driver door. He cracked his window.
So he cracked the window?
Yes.
And what you're asking him about whether he knows anybody there, did he say anything to you?
No.
Now, how long, and again, we don't have to get it, we're not talking exact seconds and minutes, but just the best that you can remember, how long did that encounter last?
I want to say probably like a minute or two.
And what ended it?
I gave up. I was tired of asking questions, and I left him alone.
So, did you get back in your car?
Yes.
And where'd you go?
I went to the apartment and packed up a couple things.
All right. What was your intention that night when you went back to the apartment to pack up some things?
At the time, I didn't want to see him.
You were packing up some things. Were you going to leave?
Yes.
And where were you going to go?
To my parents' house
And you don't have to give us an address, but just generally, where do your parents live at?
in Norcross.
Okay. How far from this apartment, from where you were living at the Sterling Glen, is your parents' home?
Probably like 5 or 6 minutes.
5 to 6 minutes. That's if you're driving?
Yes.
Ultimately, that night, after that, do you recall talking to the defendant?
Maybe.
And maybe another way of saying this is that throughout the night, were you guys calling back and forth, you calling him calling you back, talking on the phone to each other, kind of the continuation of the argument?
Yes.
When you saw him there near the Oak Lock Trace, did you see anybody in the vehicle with him?
No.
Did you get in the car?
No.
And outside that time of day, was it light outside or was it dark outside?
It was dark.
Dark. So was it nighttime?
Yes.
You went back to the apartment. How long do you think it took you to pack up stuff there at the apartment?
I want to say like a good 10, 20 minutes. I had a lot of stuff.
I understand. Now, once you packed up, did you leave the apartment that night?
I might have.
And
I can't remember.
It's all right. That's no problem. You don't recall. Even though your intention might have been to go stay with your parents that night, you didn't actually move out and stop staying in his apartment after that?
No.
Do you know how long it was before you came, if you left, how long it was before you came back?
No.
Because you stayed at the apartment longer, living there, and you and the defendant, when you look at the text messages, still had some level of relationship, did you ever confront him about this later? What's going on? Why are you there? Who are you with? Anything like that? Any other conversations after that?
I can't remember.
Well, let me ask you a kind of similar question. Did the defendant ever tell you that he was with somebody or confess to you that he had, some kind of, he was cheating on you with somebody there?
No.
Did the defendant give you excuses about things that night?
I can't remember.
That's okay. That night, did you ever go out to Decula, Georgia, and to the wooded area there on the side of Highway 316?
No.
The rest of that night, did you ever see the defendant the rest of that night after you left?
No.
Now, I showed you a moment ago when we were going through the transcript and refreshing your memory, a text on January 28th of 2023 about see you when I get home, or I'm coming home to the house, to the apartment there. At that time, were you still staying at times there at the apartment with him in January 28th of 2023?
No.
Now, up until his arrest, February 13th of 2023, were there times that you would stay over at his house?
No.
Okay. So, texting him that you're coming home or that you're going to see him at home, things like that, what home are you referring to?
My parents' house.
Was he coming over to your parents' home? Was he living there with you at your parents' home?
No.
Okay. Now, even on the day that he was arrested, do you recall the defendant calling you and telling you that he was going up to the Gwinnett County Police Department to talk to the police about Susana Morales' death?
Yes.
So on the day of, when he was arrested, he called you to let you know where he was at and what he was doing?
Yes.
After he was arrested, did you still remain in contact with him while he was in the jail?
Yes.
Answered his phone calls and talked to him?
Yes.
At some point, did you stop talking to him?
Yes.
Just give us an idea of when that was.
I can't remember.
Can't remember who?
Stop answering his phone calls from jail.
Yes, ma'am. And maybe I can ask it in another way that might be more helpful. How long after his arrest did you know? Are we days, weeks, months?
It was probably some months.
Months, okay. Did you move on into another relationship?
Yes.
Just 1 minute, Ms. Parks. Just a couple of questions. Do you have the same phone number now that you had at the time of all these incidents?
Yes.
Can you tell us your phone number, please?
I don't want to expose my phone number.
You have to testify to your phone number, Ms. Parks.
404-226-2429.
Okay, thank you. I'm not trying to embarrass you. Now, before you, I want to revisit, because I skipped over something I should have asked you. At some point in that evening, you testified about finding and confronting the defendant in this photograph here on State's Exhibit 53. How long, if you know, how long before that, how long have you been driving around, kind of clearing your head?
Probably for 10 minutes.
And so, did you leave the apartment and then start driving around for the 15 minutes, or were you somewhere else?
I was around Norcross. Wait, can you repeat that?
Sure, I can repeat it. You said you started driving, and maybe you drove around for 15 minutes or so. Where were you before you started driving around?
I was at the apartment.
And how long before you left did the defendant leave?
I can't remember.
Was it before you, though?
Yes.
Okay. So he left before you, and then at some point you left to go clear your head?
Yes.
All right. Had he been at the apartment with you that night?
He was gone all day. So
Okay. So with the argument that you two got into that night, was it all over phone calls and text messages, or was any part of that before you saw him at that apartment or that neighborhood? Was any part of it in person? If you remember.
I can't remember.
I understand. Ms. Parks, I think those are all the questions I have for you. Thank you.
Ms. Drake?
Thank you. I'm just going to have a few questions for you. So you saw what you thought was his truck, and you followed him a certain distance,
Yes.
and then he pulled into an apartment complex, correct?
Yes.
Do you remember telling Sergeant Biggers and another officer that you met back up with Mr. Bryant at a QT on Beaver Ruin Road and Indian Trail later that evening, or the next morning or something?
I can't remember.
You don't remember saying that?
No.
Did you meet up with him again after that initial confrontation?
I can't remember. I probably have.
Did you go back home to the apartment that night? Did you go back to your apartment that night? The one where you and Miles were staying?
Yes.
Ma'am, just 1 moment, please. Okay, thank you, Ms. Parks.
You here?
Nothing further, Your Honor, but I do wish this witness to remain.
And sequestered?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, Ms. Parks, I'm going to excuse you for this morning, but you remain under subpoena, and it'll be, the DA's office will get in touch with you if they need to recall you as a witness. Thank you. State call its next witness.
State calls investigator John Wilbanks. And Judge, I'll, just for the court's information, next witness might be a little bit, so just.
We'll see.
Yeah.
But we'll see if we need a break during that. I'd like to get through Investigator Wilbanks if we can. But if anybody needs a comfort break, raise your hand. We didn't get started till 9:30, so we've only been going a little less than an hour.
She's walking up on the second floor.
Of course he is. Good morning. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this case is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please be seated.
Good morning, how are you?
Morning, good.
Good. Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and tell us your name?
Yes, I'm Investigator John Wilbanks.
All right, and could you spell your name for the court for us?
Sure, John, last name Wilbanks.
All right, and Investigator Wilbanks, what do you do for a living?
A criminal investigation investigator for the DeKalb County District Attorney's Office.
All right, and how long have you been with the DeKalb County DA's office?
About 2 weeks.
All right. Prior to working with the DeKalb County DA's office, what did you do before that?
I worked 26 years for Gwinnett County, the first 17 years at the Gwinnett County Police Department, mostly robbery and homicide, and then the last 9 years with the District Attorney's Office here in Gwinnett.
And what was your role, let's start with your 17 years with the police department? What did you do for the police department?
For 13 out of the 17, I worked either robbery or homicide. My last 8 there, I supervised the robbery unit.
All right. And with the Gwinnett County District Attorney's Office, what was your role?
I initially started as a trial team investigator, preparing cases to bring them before the court. And then from 2019 until this year, I worked as an investigator in the drug and gang unit.
All right. Now, as an investigator with the District Attorney's Office, and I can't speak for DeKalb, but in the Gwinnett County DA's office, what was your responsibilities?
So as an investigator with the District Attorney's Office, you begin working on a file when you're notified that a warrant has been served and someone has been charged with a crime generally. And then once that happens, a file is created, it's sent to the investigator, and then we begin pulling the information needed in order to prosecute the case or make a charging decision about the case. Not every case gets prosecuted, some don't. So we gather up the facts and the evidence to present to an assistant district attorney for them to make a decision initially about how they want to handle the case. And then after that, we continue to work on the case as needed up until trial and sometimes during trial.
As both with Gwinnett County, I guess with all three, Gwinnett County Police Department, the Gwinnett County District Attorney's Office and the DeKalb County District Attorney's Office now, are you post-certified law enforcement officer with powers of arrest in the state of Georgia?
Yes.
So while you work as an investigator in the District Attorney's Office, you are a law enforcement officer like any other police officer?
Yes, I have powers of arrest and powers to seek search warrants and arrest warrants.
Prior to your employment in law enforcement, starting with the Gwinnett County Police Department, do you have any other experience in law enforcement?
Prior to that, I was a 5 years Army military police soldier.
Okay. And so you served in the Army as a military police officer for the full 5 years?
Yes.
Okay. As a part of your job, and you can tell us kind of when this started, but have you had the opportunity or had any experience in looking at and analyzing cellular records and mapping cellular records through cell towers?
Yes.
Okay. And tell us just very generally what your experience has been in that.
You know, cell phone technology has been around for most of my career, really all of my career. But, you know, so I started very early in my time as a detective in the early 2000s, getting records and beginning to look at them. But really, since 2019 till now has been the focus of my analyzing records. So for about the last 4 to 5 years, I've done a lot more of it. And that involves looking at records that the phone companies provide in order to make determinations about what those records might show.
Now, when it comes to being able to analyze cell phone records, do you have any kind of training that you went through in order to do that?
Yes.
Can you tell us what kinds of training you have gone through?
Through a variety of companies and a variety of providers. So one company that I'm certified through is Celebrite. Celebrite is a company that produces a software that allows us to extract data from phones. And so I've learned about phones through that process, and I've been 3 times certified and currently am through that program. Additionally, I've gone through certification with a program called PLX or PinLink, and it is a software company that allows us to take very complicated records and turn them into graphic depictions of what the records show. It also allows us to analyze information in the records more easily. So I've been using that for about the last 5 years. Additionally, I've been through the FBI's CAST training, which is cellular analysis survey team training. I've also been through another company's training, cellular precision analysis, and so there's a variety of companies out there that teach the different techniques, and so I've been through those, and then it's an ongoing study process as well, as far as reading material on updated technology and information that's coming out from the different providers.
So when you said you've gone through trainings like at the FBI CAST and
Yes.
other private software companies that offer training, those trainings, are they formalized trainings that you go and sit in a classroom for?
Yes.
Okay. And you know, for like the FBI CAST training, how long is that training?
I believe that one was 2 days.
All right. Other trainings that you've been to that you've mentioned, how long are you sitting in trainings?
I believe PLX was a full week. Precision Cellular, I believe, was 3 days. So, yeah.
Okay. Now, in addition to having the formalized training on those records, have you ever actually implemented those trainings and analyzed cellular phone records?
Oh, yeah, many times.
And unless you kept a count, just give us a ballpark. How many times do you think you have analyzed cellular phone records?
It would be hard for me to give you a number. If we talk about individualized cases, it's under 100. But when you talk about records, I mean, you can spend quite a long time analyzing records, because it's not simply saying, hey, here's a record, let's create a map and we're done. It's a process of verifying information and rechecking, and not just assuming the software is correct, but checking up on it. So on some cases, I have spent close to a full week just looking at the records, mapping, and making sure that it's correct.
All right. So even though the individualized cases, 100 or less or something like that, the amount of days and man hours that you put into it are significantly more than that.
Yes.
Understood. So
Much more.
have you ever appeared in any court, either in the state of Georgia, another state, or a federal circuit, and testified about cellular phone records and cellular tower mapping before?
Yes.
And do you have any idea how many times that has occurred?
Probably a few dozen.
And in any of those times that you have testified, have you ever been qualified as an expert in cellular tower mapping?
Yes.
And how many times, if you know, has that occurred?
It's 5 or 6 times.
All right. Your Honor, I'm moving at this point to qualify Investigator Wilbanks as an expert in cellular tower mapping.
Any idea? Or,
I've known him a long time, no ma'am, I don't know.
Investigator Wilbanks is so qualified as an expert in cellular
Thank you.
analysis. Sorry, cellular data analysis. I just dropped off there. Sorry, Mr. Dublin.
Thank you, Judge. Could you give us, some people are more technologically aware than me, but for people like me, would you give us an idea of how cellular towers work and how the networks work with cellular towers?
Sure. And I'll talk more specifically about Gwinnett County, since the records I looked at in this case were in Gwinnett County. And the phone companies, in particular in a metro area like this, maintain what I call a very robust network. In other words, there's lots of access points for your phone to communicate with the network. And that's because if every time you picked up your phone to make a call, you couldn't find a way to get in through the network, you'd be very upset with your phone company, and you'd say, well, I want a different company. And you may have experienced that in your lifetime. So in Gwinnett County in particular, like I say, there's lots of access points through cell towers, and I'll use this as an example. You've probably driven down the road and seen the very large towers along the highways out there, and you probably understood that that's a cell phone tower. But generally, the way that those towers, which are called macro towers, work is they're divided with radio frequency panels on them, and they point out in specific directions. And the engineers for the phone companies make records of these access points and where they're at on the tower and the way they point out into a particular area. So they keep those records, and those records are provided to us when we request them. And so on those big towers, the way it's broken down is there's 360 degrees of coverage around the tower, but those panels are facing out in specific directions. And if you'll notice, they look like it kind of resembles a triangle on the top of the tower a lot of times when you look up at it. And those triangles point out at in a specific direction. And so that 360 degrees around that tower gets broken down into 3 sectors of 120 degrees. So phone companies also record what we call the azimuth. And what the azimuth is it's a direction off of the tower out of 360 degrees. So if the phone company recorded that there was a access point on this tower that was pointed at 90 degrees, then if this was true north, I would expect it to be pointed in this direction, if that makes sense. And so they record that information to us, and that gives us some understanding of how a device might have communicated with the network. Because if the phone communicated with a tower through a sector that was at 60 or 90 degrees, I wouldn't expect the phone to be on this side of the tower. I would expect it to be over here on this side of the tower facing out. So that's generally how those towers work. And your phone is constantly monitoring the network to see how it might access the network if it needs to. So your phone is in the background measuring signal to towers and access points to see where it might access the network if it needs to make a call.
In a related question to that, what kind of activity on a cellular device will cause the phone to communicate with a cellular tower?
It's something being done on the device itself or somebody calling the device. So it could be data activity, running an application on the phone, or it could be making a phone call, receiving a phone call, making a text, receiving a text.
Okay. So calls and texts will cause a phone to communicate with a tower?
Yes.
And then sometimes internet activity or data activity on the phone can also do that?
Yes.
Are there things that somebody could do on a phone that wouldn't cause the phone to communicate with a tower? I'll be more specific. If I open my calculator application and start using the calculator, maybe that wouldn't. But
Right.
Are there types of communication that can occur on a phone that wouldn't communicate with a tower?
Not if it's accessing the network and doing something through the network, it's going to record that. But now all the phone companies don't all record information in the same way. They have different ways of recording that. And when I say the phone companies, we're in Metro Atlanta. We know we've got Verizon, AT&T, and T-Mobile. Those are our big three networks. And now they have some what we call virtual network carriers that you may have heard of out there, but all of those different virtual networks all run off of one of those three large companies' phone systems.
Okay. So those other virtual carriers, are those things like Boost or Cricket or
Right.
any of the other advertisers that you hear advertising phone service?
Right. Patriot Mobile, I hear a lot on the radio and things like that. They're going to be riding on one of the large networks.
Okay. Now, what happens in terms of communication with a cellular tower if a phone is also connected to a Wi-Fi signal?
Then there could be activity through Wi-Fi that doesn't go over the cellular network, and that wouldn't be recorded.
Okay. Now, in your business of mapping records and looking at cellular records, how are you able to determine somebody's actual positioning or location, geolocation, based off of a phone call or text?
Yeah, so in this, and I'll use this case as the example, what we're able to see if the phone companies recorded the data is we're able to see that, as an example, again, straight ahead towards the door is 0 degrees, and this is 360. Let's say a particular sector was the azimuth, the center of the sector was at 60 degrees, and the phone company recorded that a phone call was made, and that phone call communicated through that tower in that sector, then that would tell me that I could draw a line out with 60 being the center, 0 and 120 being the boundary, so that it's somewhere in that 120 degree area off of the tower.
Now, talk to us a little bit about, and I know it differs between metro areas and rural areas, but how far do cellular phones ordinarily communicate with a tower? How far away from them can they be, or for them to be able to communicate with a particular tower? And how does that work?
So there's a variety of factors that go into that. Distance is obviously the greatest factor in communicating with a phone in a tower generally, but there can be other things that might interfere or cause a problem to where you might not be able to communicate in a distance that you might normally assume. So in this case, you're going to see where I mapped most of the towers with with a 3-mile distance from the tower, and we use that as a sort of a standard mapping, but in Metro Atlanta, and I will talk about some of these locations specifically when we get to it, the towers aren't that far apart. In one of the areas I'll talk about, I did some measurements, and the towers were under 3 miles apart, but close, about 2.5 to 3 miles apart generally. In another area I'll talk about, they were at about 1.5 miles or less. And that's because there's lots of traffic in that area, or there may be infrastructures that might interfere with the communication between devices and those towers. So weather can affect it, how many people are on the network at the time or using the system at the time. But generally speaking, the phone companies are monitoring, their traffic to make sure their networks can hold what's happening in that area and the population that needs access in that area. So we expect that communication to take place, in a very relatively short distance, in particular in Metro Atlanta.
How does if I pick up my phone and I make a phone call and I'm standing still, I can imagine my phone communicating with the tower, but what happens if I move and I get in a car and I start traveling down the road and I start getting further away from the tower that my phone is communicating with?
So what's going to happen is the phone is going to communicate with the network, and the network is going to hand off that call to the next best signal for the call to continue. I mentioned that distance is a great factor. Your phone has to have a strong communication with the network generally to make those calls. So the further I get away, if I started a communication right here at the Gwinnett County Courthouse and my phone was communicating with a tower, let's say it's in the parking lot, and I drive 2 miles out, my phone is probably already going to be handed off to a different tower in a different sector because the signal would probably have gotten better at a different location. So that process happens in the background. You don't know about it, but it takes place.
So, and that was going to be my next question. When you are traveling or moving and your cellular signal goes from one tower to another, is there any indication given to the user that that's happening?
No.
So the phone call doesn't drop off and you have to pick it back up and redial the number or anything like that?
You may experience that if the phone goes out of a good signal and there's no other good signal available. But generally speaking, like I say, in Metro Atlanta, we have a very robust system.
Okay. Were you asked to map records, phone records, for Miles Bryant, Senovia Parks, and Susana Morales in this case?
I was.
Judge, I'm going to move at this time to admit State's Exhibit number 1.3, which is phone records for phone number 678-891-8632 belonging to the defendant Miles Bryant. State's Exhibit 2.3, which are phone records for phone number 770-687-6173 belonging to Miles Bryant. Exhibit 5, which are phone records for 404-226-2426 belonging to Senovia Parks. And Exhibit 55, which are the phone records belonging to Susana Morales. I am tendering these through business records certifications from the carriers attesting to their authenticity. Those are Exhibit number 2.4, 5.1, and 55.1, Your Honor.
Okay. Pastor?
No objection.
Okay. State's Exhibit 2.3, 2.4, State's Exhibit 5 and 5.1, State's Exhibit 55 and 55.1 are all admitted without objection.
Thank you. As I read out those numbers and the folks that are associated with, are those the records that you were asked to map and in fact did map in this case?
Yes.
When you did that, when you looked at the phone records and went through them, were you able to take those phone records and turn them into something that somebody like me would understand looking at?
Yes, I produced a PowerPoint presentation to visually explain what I saw in the records.
And I'm going to show you, may I approach the witness? Thank you. I'm going to show you what I've marked as State's Exhibit number 3. Do you recognize it? You take a look at it, let us know if you recognize what that is.
Yes, this is the presentation that I produced.
All right, and is it a fair and accurate representation of both the presentation that you produced, but also an accurate reflection of the phone records for Miles Bryant, Senovia Parks, and Susana Morales that you obtained?
Yes.
Judge, I move to admit State's Exhibit 3 into evidence.
No objection.
State's Exhibit 3 is admitted without objection.
Judge, I'm going to ask for permission to publish this, and in doing so, I actually created copies for each juror.
Okay.
So that we don't have to rely solely on seeing them from the screen. I've given, I'm going to ask at this time if I can hand them out. I'll collect them at the conclusion of the presentation.
Ms. Drake, you have a copy?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any objection?
No, ma'am, it's very, very small. They would
Okay.
be able to see it.
All right.
Does Mr. Diamonds or Mr. Bryant need a copy?
I don't believe so. We have it on screen too. Thank you.
Okay.
Understood. I'm going to give a copy, well, I'll give the original to the court reporter. Judge, would you like a copy?
Thank you. And if you want my bailiff to pass them out?
Sure.
Or you can.
Fantastic.
Eddie, if you would help Mr. Delfunk and pass those out?
I appreciate it. Were there enough copies for everybody?
Do all the jurors have a copy of Investigator Wilbank's PowerPoint?
I have 2 additional copies. Does anybody else need one?
Okay.
Yes. But we just approach.
Certainly. Ladies and gentlemen, Investigator Wilbank's presentation is going to take about 30 minutes. I don't want to stop in the middle of it. Do we want to go ahead and take a comfort break? Yes, okay. All right, let's take a 15-minute comfort break and be back at 10 after 11. You just leave the presentation.
before you, this is an outgoing phone call from Mr. Bryant's device to a 9777 number. And what's important about it is with this outgoing call, T-Mobile registered that the call was communicated through a tower at this latitude and this longitude, and that azimuth that we talked about was 160 degrees. And so we've set the beam width here to 120 degrees, you'll see. So that breaks our, what we talked about, our 360 degree coverage down to one sector of only 120 degrees. And so that is what this map depicts. Now, I want to orient you to the outer band here at 3 miles. That doesn't mean that it was all the way out here at 3 miles. In fact, this area is in Norcross, and I pulled up a master map of all the towers within about a 3-mile radius of this location, and there were over 20. I think it was about 26 access points through towers. So that tells you that, and the furthest I saw was about 1.5 miles. So in reality, we've got towers all over the place here. So the fact that this phone, while making this phone call, communicated with this tower means that it's somewhere, likely somewhere within close proximity to the tower within this coverage area. I've also given you reference points here of Mr. Bryant's apartment on the left here with this point, and then I've given you a reference here to Miss Kelly, and I'm going to mess up the last name.
Pagoda.
Okay, and that's her apartment here on the right. So this is all Windscape Village Lane within that coverage area of this tower.
Right, and the tower that you're actually referencing there, where is that tower located?
It's actually physically located off of Singleton Road, just outside of this neighborhood where these folks live. It's very, very close to the.
All right. Now, what is on this particular first slide, the call that you're referencing here, this call detail record, what is the time of, or what time range, if you will, does this map depict?
This is starting at 21:15 hours, which is 9:15 p.m.
Okay, so that call that was made to the number there that's listed, the 9777 number, occurred at 9:15 p.m. on July 26th of 2022?
That's correct.
All right, and the area in which that call was made, it covers the defendant's apartment.
It does.
So if the defendant were at his apartment, it would be consistent with this map,
Yes.
with this tower mapping.
Yes, because his apartment is so close to this tower. I mean, it's very close walking distance. It doesn't surprise me at all that it would hit that tower, that sector, if he was at home.
All right, in fact, we're going to go to the next slide here, give us a little bit better detail of what you're talking about when it comes to the proximity of the tower to Mr. Bryant's home.
Yeah, so this is a continuation of the last slide. The only thing I've done here is zoom in so that you can see it a little better. And here's the base of the tower. Here's that sector that we talked about, the left and right sides of the sector. Mr. Bryant's apartment and Ms. Kelly's apartment. And I actually went there in preparation for this and GPS these two locations to give you an accurate location for these apartments. And so both of these apartments are within the coverage area of that sector.
Okay, now so the almost the entirety of the Sterling Glen Apartments, is it wholly contained within this sector?
Yes, pretty much the entire apartment complex. I mean, it goes a little bit out over here, close to Singleton Road. I would expect that if someone was over here, it might go to this sector north. But the majority of the complex is within that sector.
Talk to us about, as we're looking at this second slide here, I think technically third slide here, we've got the beam width here that you said is 120 degrees, and there's a kind of hard lines there, right, that separate this sector on the tower from the other ones. What happens if somebody is on the phone and gets close to the border of this sector, right? What do you expect to see?
Right, so it's depicted here with straight lines. In reality, what happens is there's a blurry area along that edge. It's blurry. And so that if you got really close to that edge, it could possibly roll either way between the two sectors. So you would in order to come up with exactly how this was laid out, you have to have an engineer there at the time that it happened testing that area, which we would never have. So this is the best representation we can give you, understanding that if somebody was really close to the line, it could roll away.
Okay. It still hit off the same tower, but just a different side of that triangle that you described on the top of the tower, a different sector on the tower.
Right.
Okay. The next slide here, describe to us what is going on here.
Okay, so in this slide, I've looked at the next event that occurred on Mr. Bryant's T-Mobile number, 8632. And our next event is at 2140, which is 9:40 p.m. And it is an outgoing phone call again to the 9777 number. And you will see on this one, it has rolled to that other sector that we talked about. So we're on exactly the same tower that we were on in the previous slides, but instead of being on the sector more south, we're on this sector here with that center azimuth down the middle being 40 degrees.
Right. Now, I want to ask you, in your expert opinion, when you compare this slide, this call detail record to the previous one that was made at 9:15 p.m., does it appear that the phone, the defendant's phone, has moved locations in order to have this call?
I would believe so. Again, with the caveat that if somebody was, right along that edge there, it could roll either way and be stationary. But generally speaking, when we see a change in sector, or in particular change in tower and sector, we think of movement as a potential possibility.
Now, in this one, you still have on this slide his apartment located or identified there. Given his location of his apartment and where the sector of this tower is pointing, is it possible he's in his apartment when this call is made?
No.
All right. So even though could be close to the line or whatever, you can exclude him being in his apartment by 9:40 p.m.
I would never expect him to physically be inside of his apartment and hit this side of the tower.
I'm going to go to the next slide. We are showing here, and can you describe to the jury what's going on in this?
Yeah, so from 9:40 p.m. until 10:27 p.m., I saw very consistent activity with all of these calls here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 voice calls, all taking place with communication through the tower and sector. That's exactly the same tower and sector from the previous slide. It's just a little bit more distant.
And I want to ask you a few things about this. So the numbers over here on this chart that you have up here next to the map, you have identified the 2429 number there as Senovia Parks' number. Right now, just kind of walk us through with that grid. What's occurring here in each one of these lines?
Right. So what I've done with this document here, this spreadsheet here, this graph, is I've taken the very complex call detail records and cellular cell site location information that we get from the phone company and put it into a format that's more easily viewable, and associated that number as I understood it from the reports on this case.
All right. Now, so here there's obviously the time frame here runs from 9:40 to 10:27.
Right.
That you put on the slide, but the actual individual time of each call, is that documented on that chart?
Yes, the chart demonstrates all the different times that we're talking about and whether it was an outgoing or incoming phone call and who the other party was, and just shows you that all of these calls occurred with this tower.
Now, the tower in the sector that we're looking at here, is that the same tower, the same sector that we were looking at in the previous slide?
Yes, it is.
All right. Now, here I want to go through a few things. The very top call here to the 9777 number, that one occurred at 9:40 p.m. and I think it says 9:40 and 35 seconds.
Right.
is that an outgoing or incoming call?
That's an outgoing call.
Now, all the remaining calls that occurred from 10:12 until 10:27 p.m., are they outgoing or incoming calls?
The remainder are all incoming calls.
Now, there's a column listed as duration. Would you explain to the jury what that means?
Right, so in the records, we're given from the phone companies a duration of how long the communication took place, and that's just a demonstration of it. So the ones with zero, obviously there's no connection made. The ones where there's a seconds of time delineated, I would expect that some communication or transaction took place.
All right. And was there, do you see those seconds appear like a voicemail picks up or things like that, or does it require an answer on the phone when you see something like 2 seconds long?
Right, it could be rolling over voicemails.
Okay. The 0216 number that's there, you aware that that was his mother's phone number?
I don't know that I was, no.
Okay. There's a location there in the graph that you have, not the graph, the map, excuse me. You have another location icon there that indicates Susana's phone's final location. Where is that location at?
Yes, so here in the map with this red dot, and it's identified here as a final location. I obtained this information from looking at the investigation report as well.
Now I'm going to go to the next slide, which explains to us what we're looking at here.
This was the graphic image in the bottom right corner that I pulled out of the report regarding where Susana's phone was seen on Life 360 by witness. And so I've simply mapped that for you here. This is a more close-in view than the previous slide. And again, we're still on the exact same tower that we've been talking about the entire time. We've not moved off that tower. We're still in the exact same sectors in the previous slides.
All right. And is this the same time frame as the previous slide, the 9:40 to 10:27?
Yes, the time frame is exactly the same. This is a drilled-in view from the previous slide.
Right. Now, obviously, I know you told us we can't tell exact location of a phone, but is this slide consistent with the defendant's phone being at the same location as Susana's phone's final location for that entire period of time, 9:40 to 10:27?
Yes.
Okay. The next slide here, explain to us what we're looking at here.
So I'm just continuing in time with the T-Mobile device for Mr. Bryant, and on this one at 10:42, I saw two different calls, outgoing and outgoing at 10:42 in no seconds and at 10:42 in 9 seconds. And now we've seen something different than we've seen before. This will be the first time that you've seen his device leave that tower that's close to his neighborhood, and it's now moved over to these two towers here. Now we have the latitude and longitude. They're not the same towers. So the fact that it changed towers in such a short duration of time could be an indication of movement. I will tell you that you can also see here just how close towers are in this area. They're very close together, so it's quite possible that that's stationary as well. So I can't say for a fact that there's movement in this slide, but it's possible.
All right. Now, in terms of this slide compared to these calls, compared to the previous calls, the 9:40 to 10:27 calls, all the ones that were listed previously, in these slides, because they're on different towers, can you conclude anything?
I would expect him to have definitely moved away from his home if he was there, because that tower is so close, he's likely to have a very, very strong signal for that tower. I would expect it to be somewhere further away from his residence area.
Does the change in tower locations here from the previous calls from 9:40 to 10:27, does the change in towers indicate generally movement in the direction towards these towers?
Yes, I mean, I would expect, because we've changed towers completely, I would expect there to have been some kind of movement away. Again, I can't say for a fact how much movement there was, if any, but it's an indicator that could be indicative of that.
Okay. Now, both of these towers, do they cover the area again where Susana's phone was located, or not located, but the indication was where it was at.
Yes, these towers and sectors could also cover that area.
All right. To the next slide here, what are we looking at?
So we're moving forward in time with Mr. Bryant's T-Mobile number still, and we're now looking at 10:46 p.m. through 11:09 p.m., and we have two events that occurred on his phone, one at 10:46 p.m. and one at 11:09 p.m. Both events are incoming voice calls from Ms. Parks, and both events registered at this tower here, which is off of near Pleasant Hill Road, near Club Drive. So we've now passed the tower that's very close to his residence. We've passed the two previous towers that we talked about in the previous slide, and now it's gone to a tower on the other side. So to me, this very much looks like movement.
The next slide here, can you explain, please, what's going on?
Now we're looking at 11:09 to 11:41 with the T-Mobile account, and once again, we have we're not on the tower from the previous call. The tower from the previous call was here, but what we've done is we've changed sectors, and so we're now on a sector with a 40-degree azimuth for two events at 11:09 and 35 seconds and 11:41 and 13 seconds. Both are outgoing phone calls to two different people, one to Ms. Parks and one to another person. But we've changed sectors. So this sector is not indicative of him being around or near Susana's phone's last location.
Okay, so in this slide, one of the things, can you conclude that by 11:09 p.m., the defendant's phone had definitively moved away from and outside of the area where Susana's phone was last known to be?
Yes, that's a valid conclusion.
Okay. The next slide here, would you describe to us what we're looking at?
Okay, continuing on with Mr. Bryant's T-Mobile account, we're now at 11:47 p.m. with this call. It's an outgoing phone call, and it has communicated with a tower that's associated with Beaver Ruin Road. His phone registered on this tower previously. We saw it on a previous slide. So this to me is indicative of him, the device having moved back towards the area of the phone from Miss Susana and back towards the area of his apartment potentially. I'm not saying they went there. I'm just saying it's going back in that direction because on the previous one, remember we were over here. So some kind of movement has taken place back in that direction by 11:47. And then after midnight at 12:07 a.m., we've moved even further southwest to where we're registering with this tower here on a 40-degree azimuth, consistent with, like I say, here's Jimmy Carter Boulevard area, here's Singleton Road. So it's indicative to me that it's likely moved even possibly a little bit further south. But we see that we do have this overlapping area here. So it would be consistent with him being in this area potentially, too, as well.
Okay. And then after, on the next slide here, describe to us what we're looking at.
Okay, we're looking at the next events through from 12:23 a.m. to 12:28 a.m. So this is a 5-minute period of time in the phone records. And what I saw during that 5-minute period of time was something at 12:23 a.m. It's an outgoing call to Ms. Parks. At 12:25 a.m., it's an outgoing call to Ms. Parks. And then by 12:28 a.m., it's an outgoing phone call to this 1707 number, who I'm not familiar with. So at 12:23 a.m., the phone is in this sector here. By 12:25, it's in this sector here. And by 12:28, it's in this sector here. This is very indicative of movement.
Tell us
Over
why.
that 5-minute period. Because it's impossible for somebody, because at 12:23 to 12:25, the device is communicating with these towers on these sectors. It would not be possible at all for him to still be here and communicate by 12:28 on this tower sector. It's just not possible. So it's indicative of having moved towards that way. Because remember, we've got a date and time stamp, right? So we know at 12:23 where the device is generally, and for it to be over here 5 minutes later, indicative of it.
All right. The area generally where these these call detail records are showing, what is the area generally?
Okay, so this is obviously the center of Lawrenceville. We're actually right about here, right now. So this would cover an area consistent with 316. We have 316 covered in both of, or excuse me, all three of these events could cover Highway 316. You see here that this is 12:23, 12:25. The device is somewhere likely a little west of Gwinnett Medical Center or north-south medical now. But by 12:28, it's an area you see here where the county airport's included, but it's along that 316 corridor is a quite possible explanation for where that device is.
Okay. I want to go back one slide. The ones you previously testified on the previous slide, the phone calls occurred at 11:47, 12:07 p.m.
Right.
So the last call on this slide occurs at 12:07 p.m. And the next phone call that you, in the records that you were able to map, occurred at 12:23.
Correct.
All right, so that's a difference of how many minutes?
16?
16 minutes. Are you familiar with Gwinnett County? Being a law enforcement officer in it for 26 years?
Yes.
The area off of Jimmy Carter Boulevard, where and that area of Norcross, where the defendant's phone was at 12:07, and the area 16 minutes later over just outside of Lawrenceville here. Do you have any idea how far away those two are?
5 to 10 miles at least.
All right. Now, let me ask you, in terms of the time or distance to travel that, in 16 minutes, is that also indicative to you of movement of the defendant's phone?
Yeah, very much so. Because it's a large distance and for a device in our area because there's so many towers. And it's not lost on me either when I looked at that the time of day. We're after midnight, so would there have been rush hour traffic? No rush hour traffic. I don't know what was going on over there that night, but I know generally my experience with that night, I think it's generally.
Is it possible to get from Jimmy Carter Boulevard up to Lawrenceville on Interstate 85 and Highway 316 within that period of time?
Yes.
Okay. The next slide, what are we looking at here?
So the next events that I saw in the T-Mobile account records occurred at 12:52 a.m. and 12:58 a.m. At 12:52, his device received an incoming phone call from Ms. Parks. And at 12:58, his device received an incoming phone call from Ms. Parks. Both of these phone calls transpired through a tower and sector here in what I would describe as the Decula area of the county. You have your latitude and longitude here at the bottom. And I've depicted, because I had the data for where her remains were ultimately found in the report, I've plotted that for you as well with this red dot here, which I think our next slide will drill in a little closer, just shows you the relationship between that tower sector and where her remains were found. And what I've also included in this map is to give you some distance reference material. So I have measured here the distance between the phone's final resting location, Susana's phone's final location, straight line distance to where the tower and sector is for these calls and how they communicated. And it's just under 18 miles apart.
That's straight line distance. Obviously, if you're going to drive from one location to another, is it greater than 18 miles?
Yes, it would be a mile or two more at least, yes.
Okay. Now, the last call that you had plotted at 12:28 a.m., just looks like north of Lawrenceville in the airport area. After that, the next communication or record on the phone, Mr. Bryant's phone, was 24 minutes later, and it was in Tequila.
Right, it would have been, so the last slide had the device somewhere here, in around the airport. So we've moved, the device has clearly moved east.
All right. Now, the area, and I'm going to go to the next slide here. What are we looking at?
So this is a close depiction of the previous slide. And what I've given you here again is that geographic reference point for remains and where they were found. And this is that same tower and sector from the previous phone calls that we talked about. This is a more direct depiction of it. What I've also shown here is how close the remains are to that tower and sector. So if the device had been in or around where the remains were found, that's very consistent with the data in the phone.
Okay. And the area there that we're looking at, and give a bigger overview here, this area, I went back one slide for the record, but this area here that we're looking at, they're right near the tower. Is that an area that's right off of Highway 316?
Yes.
Okay. And in terms of the slide, the coordinates that you've already mapped, the records that you've already mapped, are these records consistent with the defendant's phone having traveled down Highway 316 all the way into Tequila to this location?
Yes, the records are consistent with that scenario.
Okay. Going to go here to the next slide. What are we looking at here?
And so going forward, we're continuing to look at Mr. Bryant's T-Mobile phone. And after the previous calls, the only thing we see, there's about a 2-hour time frame where on this device, we don't see any more activity, but the next activity is at 2:42 a.m. And it's in this location here, this latitude and longitude. And this is an outgoing call to Ms. Parks again. But by this time, he's back communicating with that same tower and sector that is most associated with his address that we talked about in the very beginning. This is back on that same tower and sector from, I believe, the first slide I showed you. So this is consistent with him being back home.
Okay. And that's by 2:42 a.m. Now we're on the next. We're still on the next day, July 27th.
Yes, so this is 2:42 a.m. and yes, the next morning, so early a.m. hours on the 27th.
So, from your review of his phone records on his T-Mobile phone, his personal phone, there were no other communications with geographic coordinates between 12:58 a.m. and 2:42 a.m.?
Right.
Okay. All right, and show us what we're looking at in this slide.
So this is 3:04 through 3:46 a.m. on the 27th, and we see a series of 3 activities on the device. Outgoing phone call at 3:04, outgoing phone call at 3:37, and an outgoing phone call at 3:46. 2 of these, the first one and the last one, are outgoing phone calls to Ms. Parks. So previously, we referenced that tower and sector that was very consistent with Mr. Bryant's address. These phone calls don't take place on that same tower and sector. The communication has moved over to a new tower and a new sector by 3:04 to 3:46. So we've moved, the device is clearly moved in some way north or west of his address, if it was there before.
All right. And the next slide that we're looking at here.
So the following AM hours past that are 9:35 a.m. and 9:43 a.m. So we're daylight the next morning by the time of this mapping. And so here you have activity at 9:35 a.m. on the 27th. What was interesting to me about this was this communication, which is an incoming phone call to his device, is registering with the tower and sector that is, again, consistent with where Ms. Susana's remains were found at 9:35 a.m. But by 9:43, approximately 8 minutes later, our outgoing phone call to this 0216 number has registered with a tower in a sector here, west of that location. So that would indicate to me that the device has clearly moved from an area consistent with the remains to an area west of that location.
Back in the direction of his home?
Yes, if he were traveling back home, that would be consistent with that.
All right. Now, when you've reviewed his records in total that you've shown us so far, are these records consistent with his phone having traveled from his home in Norcross all the way to Decula over the night hours of the 26th, back to his home in Norcross in the early morning hours, and then back out to Decula to the same area where her remains were located by 9:35 a.m. the next morning?
Yes, if that scenario occurred, this digital evidence would support that.
Okay. I'm going to go to the next slide here and ask you what we're looking at here.
This is a different set of phone records. We've now, on this slide, moved to that second phone number that we talked about on the first slide, which is a Verizon number. And what I found was during the time period that we've been talking about today, there were 2 phone calls that were in that time period. One was at 9:39 a.m. and one was at 1:46 a.m. on the 27th. So the early morning hours.
Investigator Wilbanks, I'm going to stop you because I might have misheard you. And the time, did you say it was 9:39 a.m.?
Oh, I'm sorry. 1:39 a.m. I did. That's 1:39 a.m. to 1:46 a.m. So this information shows that on this device, these 2 activities, at 1:39 a.m., there's an outgoing phone call to Ms. Parks. At 1:46 a.m., 1:27, there's an outgoing phone call again to Ms. Parks. What's interesting about this is, although in the previous slide we were talking about a T-Mobile phone, this time we're talking about a Verizon phone. So we're talking about 2 different networks, 2 different completely different companies, different sets of records, but they both have some information that's consistent with each other. In the previous one, I think we were just shy of about 1 a.m. when his T-Mobile records placed it on this tower and sector, and the Verizon records do the same thing. And that's not inconsistent with what we know about phone companies, because even though you have one tower, you can have multiple companies using the same tower, so they might each have their equipment on that tower. So even though the records are different, it again is a geographical area consistent with where Susana's remains is found.
So, and I'm going to go to the next slide. Go to the next slide. There we go. The next slide here.
Yeah, again, this shows you, even though we're talking about 2 different companies, they very consistently show you the same thing. This tower base here, the base station is about less than a half mile, about 4/10 of a mile from where the remains were located.
So based on your review and mapping of the records, both of Mr. Bryant's personal phone was located in this area at 12:52 a.m. and 12:58 a.m. on July 27th,
Yes.
where covering the area where Susana's body was found.
Yes.
And then his work phone was at 1:39 and 1:46 a.m. was in the same area still as the previous calls.
Yes.
Okay. All right. I want to take you. There we go. All right. I kind of change gears here. Show us what we're looking at here.
Okay, so the next set of slides after this one will be graphic depictions of Ms. Parks' cell site location information for her 2429 number, which is an AT&T number. So I pulled those records up to see what I could tell about where she would have been that night.
All right, and show us what we're looking at here.
Okay, so what it shows is for all activity between 10:12 p.m. on the 26th and 11:10 p.m. on the 26th, all activity on that device transpired on these towers here, in these sectors here, which are in and around the area of Mr. Bryant's apartment, with the first event occurring at 10:12 p.m. outgoing phone call to Mr. Bryant, and ending with an 11:10 p.m. incoming phone call to Mr. Bryant.
All right, and because I don't like unanswered questions, is there any significance to the change in color from Mr. Bryant's records that were, I don't know, purple to the green?
Yeah, that's just so visually you understand we're a different person, and because there will be a slide or two where I put both of them on there, so you're going to need to tell which one we're talking about. So for Ms. Barnes, I made her second green.
All right. The next slide here, what are we looking at?
Okay, so now we're going to go from 12:52 to 12:58 a.m. You will remember that at the time these calls were made, we talked about these previously in Mr. Bryant's records. At the time these calls were made, you'll remember that this phone was in the area of this tower and sector consistent with the remains where they would be found. But at the time those calls were made, Ms. Parks was communicating with these towers and these sectors here, more towards the Norcross Duluth area. So what we have here is 12:52 a.m. device started on this tower, this sector here, this lower one. It ended, that call ended at 12:53 a.m. and then moved over to the new tower sector here. And by 12:58 a.m., it had moved to a different tower in a different sector, a little northeast of there. This is consistent with that device also having moved, but is not at all consistent with Ms. Park's device being in or around the scene or where the body would have been, or where the remains were ultimately found.
The next slide.
So we're continuing with her device now. You will remember also we talked about these calls as well. These are the calls to Mr. Bryant's Verizon account. And so I've simply put these in graphic depiction for you because we know that event took place with his records. We confirm now it also registered with her records. And so we have the 1:39 a.m. call, registering this tower and sector in here, which is consistent with the Doraville area, which is nowhere near where the remains would ultimately be found. And we have the next event at 1:55 a.m. It has moved to a different tower and sector. Again, that's consistent with the movement of her device, but in no way consistent with being at or around the area where the remains are found.
All right, and lastly, to switch gears here to Susana Morales. Go ahead.
Okay, so Ms. Morales, she had the 5839 number, which is through T-Mobile, and so these slides will show what we can tell about her phone. And so again, we changed colors. We've assigned her a blue. You will see here, this is at 5:31 p.m. on July 26th. We're back on that exact same tower that we saw in the first slide with Mr. Bryant. And so this is a T-Mobile tower location, but we're on a sector that's more consistent with her home at 1218 Santa Ana Drive. Again, 5:31 p.m. It's an outgoing phone call. And this is a close-up view of the previous slide to help you see the consistency between where the tower and sector is and the coverage area of that tower and sector encompassing her residence.
And the next slide here.
So this is by 7:17 p.m. We are still on the exact same tower that we talked about before, you'll see your change sectors. So this could be very consistent with movement. 7:17 p.m., an incoming phone call from the 6730 number. So our azimuth is 40 degrees. We've seen this tower and sector in previous records, but you see her device communicate with it as well. So this is a close-up version of the previous slide to show you the relationship between Ms. Kelly's apartment and where that tower and sector is. And just previously, we would have shown you her residence, which is here. So it's all in close proximity, but the phone, by this time, would have had to have been somewhere northeast of the residence, somewhere consistent with Singleton Road, Indian Trail Road, somewhere in this area, maybe a little north.
If Ms. Morales was walking from her home to the Sterling Glen Apartments at this time on Singleton Road, would this be consistent with receiving a phone call, being there on Singleton Road, walking to the Sterling Glen Apartments?
Yes, I mean, if somebody was in this area walking down Singleton Road here, this is the apartment complex. If someone was walking in this area, I would absolutely expect a T-Mobile account to communicate with that tower because it's so close.
Okay. And the next call here, or the next slide, excuse me.
So I looked at everything else that occurred on the phone, and between 5:36, between 10:17 p.m. on the 26th and 5:36 a.m. on the 27th, there were a total of 76 events that took place on the phone calls. Most of it was just these incoming phone calls from other people. Every one of those transactions took place with the tower and sector. It's exactly the same tower and sector that we talked about previously. Even though it's later in time that night, starting, because we flipped forward at around 7 p.m., we're now at about 10 p.m., so there's a gap in time where we don't have any information. We don't know what the phone was doing during that time. But our next event is at 10:17 p.m., and every event transpired through this tower and this sector.
So, and that was going to be, and you may have just answered some of my question. The previous call, 7:17 p.m., that Susana's phone logged, there were, in the records that you were provided that were obtained for her phone, were there any other calls or texts that were able to be, that you saw in the records between 7:17 p.m. and 10:17 p.m.?
Well, for T-Mobile, we don't get location information for text messages. So the only information in her phone with location information would have been phone calls. So yeah, there's nothing that time that I could determine any location.
Now, so you, let's go to the next slide and we'll get there and explain. And what are we looking at here?
So this is a view of the records, a partial view of the records from T-Mobile for Susana's phone. This is how they look when we get them from the phone company. So there is some additional information over here, but we don't need it to show what I need to show you here, which is that you'll see that they give us the data in a spreadsheet. There's dates, times, duration. We talked about that before. There's a call type, numbers dialed, who's calling, and you'll see that in that time period, we have some additional information over here. We have some service code information. We have what's called a switch name, and then we have the LTE site, right, and sector. That's what this is. So when you see LTE and site, think tower. When you see sector, think about that 120-degree coverage area, or that area that could be within 120 degrees. And so what I saw here was something happened in the records that indicated an event to me.
Go ahead and explain what that is that you observed.
So I see here the time column. Now, if you're looking at the time column, you may be very confused about these times, because this event, the first event at the very top, is at 9:10 a.m., and I'm going to pick up on this event right here at 9:36 a.m. And you say, well, how is that relevant? That's because some of the phone companies do something called keeping time in UTC time. Universal Time Coordinator is a standard for time that T-Mobile uses, and AT&T uses. And what that does is, they don't give us the records in our time zone. We have to convert the records to our time zone. UTC is the standard, so you can go anywhere in the world. If you know where you are and you know what the UTC time of the record is, you can determine the time where you are. And so, in our Eastern Standard Time Zone, when we change times during the year, we either spring forward or fall back, that we have to adjust for that as well. So at this time of the year, summertime, we would subtract 4 hours from this number to get our Eastern Standard Time, because it's a UTC. And we know that from the phone company because they tell us up at the top that they're giving it to us in UTC time. So we do that conversion, and we find that 9:36 a.m. in the records really means 5:36 a.m. in the records. And that's the beauty of the software that I talked about in the beginning. Some of the software we use to look at this stuff is it does those conversions for us, but we don't always just trust it to be right. We then go in and manually look at the records and see if we can find manually in the records what we saw in the map. So at 5:36 a.m., something happened. At 5:36 a.m. and every call before that, the phone company was able to log a tower location and a sector. But after 5:36 a.m., the next event occurs at 6:25 a.m. 5:36 a.m., we have a location. By 6:25 a.m., we have no location information for these transactions. That tells me that this device, by 6:25 a.m., is no longer in communication with the network. So something had to have been done with the device to make that happen. And there's a couple possibilities. One is the phone battery died, or somebody took a SIM out and disconnected it from the network. Or put it on airplane mode. If something happened at that time is consistent with the battery having died.
Somewhat of an inverse question. Before 5:36 a.m., because towers are being notated on all of the calls, and I think you said you documented 76 calls in that time period from 10:17 p.m. until 5:36 a.m. But in that period of time, those 76 calls, all of those were documented with tower locations?
Right.
Does that indicate that that entire time, the phone had battery and was powered on?
Yeah, that's the only way that could have happened.
All right.
There's no way for the phone company to have registered that information without communication with the device.
So impossible for the phone to have died at 10:30 p.m. or midnight or 2 a.m. or anything like that for it to be logging those towers?
That's not possible.
Okay. Now, all of the calls from 10:16 p.m. until 5:36, the 76 calls that you observed in the records, were you able to observe whether Susana answered any of them?
No, I don't believe so. In fact, and to be fair, when we say that there's events happening, you'll see in there some outgoing data, but when you look over here at the service code, what you find is that it's rolling out the voicemail. So even though it shows on the records as outgoing, it's just rolling out. So it's rolling, the call's coming into the phone and then rolling out the voicemail.
So after 10, you have the phone calls at 7:17 p.m. that we looked at on a slide a few slides ago. Then from 10:17 p.m. all the way until the phone dies at 5:36 or sometime right after 5:36 a.m., she doesn't answer a single phone call from anybody.
Well, that's correct.
And doesn't make a single phone call to anyone.
No, like I say, you'll see the outgoing, but that's not indicative of making a phone call because of that service code.
Okay. I want to, and you can have a seat, sir. Just very briefly ask you, are you familiar with Live 360?
Yes,
How are you familiar with it?
I use it.
You use it.
Yes.
Okay. And how long have you used it for?
Probably 4 or 5 years.
Okay. And in terms of Live 360, when you use it, I don't use it, so I get a little understanding. Do you use it for its ability to show you locations of other people or to show your location to other people?
Yeah, it's a method of location sharing and movement sharing.
Okay. And I want to show you State's Exhibit 18.1. It's already been admitted into evidence.
Would you take the video evidence down?
Yes, I'm actually about to put this up on the screen if I can.
Absolutely, yes.
18.1.
18.1.
Yes. Well, as it's being brought up here, just very generally, how does Life 360 work in connection with your phone?
It uses the location-based services of the phone to determine its location and the accelerometer in the phone, which is part of your phone's technology to detect movement. So the app is accessing that information.
Have you ever tested it out?
Yes.
I'm sorry. I'll be more specific. In your own life, in personal life, when you use Life 360, have you ever tested to see the functionality of Life 360 or its accuracy?
Yes. I mean, I look at it quite often with one of my daughters in particular. So I've quite often see the movements, know the movement and what the movement would have been in real time versus or compared to what I see in the application. In addition to that, I've actually, not with Life 360, but I've done testing on my own devices with the accelerometer to see how it would detect speed and that sort of thing.
Okay. On State's Exhibit 18.1 here, and you can see it's also on the screens. Could you zoom in just a little bit for me? And I'm going to ask you, because I look at this image and I get confused because when I look at this trip that this exhibit documents, it seems impossible that somebody could walk in those particular straight lines that are depicted in State's Exhibit 18.1. Have you ever seen anything like this?
Yes, I've seen similar. Yep.
Yeah, I mean this exact representation, but and what, in your experience, what is the cause of something like this happening?
Well, the application is accessing the location services of the device. So how often it's doing that, when the application chooses to access that, I can't tell you. What I can tell is that the application accessed 4 pieces of location information, and it's drawing a route based on those 4 pieces of information. Had the phone drawn more data points, it probably would look different. And I often see, this is on the worst side of it, but I often see in trips there will be very consistent tracking, and then all of a sudden there'll be a lack of tracking, and then the phone pops up some distance away, and the application just simply draws a straight line because there's no data in between. So, had the application pulled more data from location services, you'd probably have a different map.
Understood. So something like this image that gets created by Life 360 can be a result of the phone essentially, the application Life 360 not really pulling location information consistently enough to draw a nice straight or a nice curve tracking the entire route.
Right.
All right. In this one, this 18.1, in your experience, and you're familiar with the application, I'm only learning about it really through this case, but the white dot there, the starting location, and then there's the location icon, which indicates the ending location on this, is the other 2 points here of reference, the one that's here on Singleton Road, and I'll just point it out to you, one here on Singleton Road, and then the one on Santa Ana Drive here. When you look at that, what does that tell you?
That at those 2 locations, I mean, you can sort of trace the line that the application registered the first location, it registered a location off of Singleton Road, it registered a location at or about Santa Ana Drive, and then it finally registered a location back over on Windscape Village Lane.
Okay. And so based on the times at which the application recognized those, it drew a line from the starting point up to Singleton Road, over to Santa Ana, and then back over to Windscape Village.
Right, that's what that appears to me.
Okay. all your time using Life 360, have you ever received a crash alert?
No,
Okay. Have you ever dropped your phone?
rarely, because I'm a nerd and I wear a holder, so.
Listen, you're monitoring other people on
Right.
your Life 360.
Right.
Have they ever dropped their phone?
You know, I've never asked. I just don't know, but I've never received an alert.
You ever had to brake hard in the car?
Yes.
And even though you don't do it often, because you have the holder, has your phone ever sent a crash alert to anybody else because you dropped your phone or broken hard?
Not to my knowledge, but I mostly use it, like I say, to monitor a child. So nobody's monitoring me. I'm monitoring
Understood.
them. So.
All right. Have you ever received a crash alert from the folks you're monitoring?
No.
And so
Not
nothing.
that I recall. I mean, it's been 4 years, but I don't recall it.
Okay.
I've gotten other alerts like, batteries getting low or something, but I've never gotten an alert about a crash that I can recall.
Understood. Investigator Wilbanks, I appreciate the time. Ms. Drake, I have some questions for you. And I'll take
Okay.
here.
Hello.
Hello, how are you?
We always meet like this. First off, congratulations on your new job.
Thank you.
I'm very sad you left us, but I'm still going to call you when I can't figure out these phone records.
Okay,
Just
all right.
be ready for it. I just have a couple of questions for you. Now, the towers, I think in general, if there is a stronger tower, your phone may hit off it and not necessarily the closest tower. Is that a fair statement?
That's true. If there's something that makes the closest tower not the strongest signal, it's possible that it may go to a different tower.
And I call them pizza slices.
Right.
All these little pizza slices. So the phone itself can be anywhere within that particular pizza slice, for lack of a better word.
Right, and yes, I mean, I'm giving you a basic graphic depiction, so I can't say that it's a mile away, it's a half mile away, it's a quarter mile. I can't tell you. I just know that it's consistent with somewhere in that area.
Okay. Can there be movement that's not picked up if your phone is cut off? Like if I'm traveling and I don't have my phone on, it's not going to hit off of any cell towers, or is it?
No, it wouldn't. I mean, if you disconnect the phone from the network, it has no. The network is not registering any activity. Therefore, the network's not keeping any records if it's been disconnected from the network.
What about if you don't have any phone calls or apps running? Could I be moving, but my phone not necessarily hit on a tower?
So this gets into a technical area of what the phone companies have and what the phones do. It depends.
Okay.
So let me make sure I understand your question. Your question is, you're moving, your phone is on. Is there any data being collected? Is that your question generally?
Well, basically, with my phone, if I'm moving but my phone's on, I don't get any phone calls, I don't have any apps open or anything like that, is it going to possibly pick up on a tower?
The networks can have data for that time period. The problem is that we didn't have any of that in this case because of the time period. The networks only keep something called timing advanced data. AT&T calls it something different. But they only keep that type of data for a very short period of time generally. As an example, Verizon is 7 days they keep it. So this investigation took place outside of a time period. The warrant wouldn't have gotten us any of that data. So yes, it's possible. What didn't exist in this case?
Okay. I wanted to talk about, may I approach the witness? Certainly. And I'm just going to show you this so you'll know which slide. The one that you did for Senovia.
Sure.
From 10:12 to 11:10. is what you've marked on these others as Susana's phone's
Right.
final resting place,
Right.
is it within those areas?
It is within 2 of them, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And I'm not going to call you a nerd, but it seems like you know a lot about phones and programs and things like that. So on Life 360, you're aware that they tell you that sometimes there can be an algorithm error
Yes.
that can affect the crash alerts and whether or not you receive them. Is that a fair statement?
Yeah, I mean, it's not a 100% accurate application. It's not. I mean, there can be anomalies.
Okay. And are you, and you may not be, are you aware of, there's different factors that have to, four things that have to happen before a crash alert is even possible with Life 360? Are you familiar with?
I'm not familiar with what the 4 things are.
All right, if I can have just 1 second, please. Thank you, sir. It's good to
Thank
see
you. You too.
Can you be direct from the state?
I'm sorry, Your Honor. No,
That's
I
okay.
have no further questions.
Okay, wait.
Oh, may I ask one more question?
Certainly.
It may not change what you say. Do you know if your phone is in airplane mode, if it will pick up on a tower?
No.
Thank you, sir.
I just want to clarify that. Do you know, or if it's in airplane mode, it won't pick up?
Yeah, if it's in airplane mode, it's not capable of communicating with the network.
So, ultimately, I know you said that the timing advanced data or whatever other terms other phone companies use for it is available for a short period of time.
Right.
In this case, because Susana's body was hidden in the woods and obscured, and nobody was able to find her for 6.5 months, did that prevent law enforcement from requesting that other data?
Yes, I mean, yes, had somebody said at or about the time of the death, hey, we need the data from these phone companies, this timing advanced data, it would have been available from any of them within days of the event. I think at this time, T-Mobile was even keeping it for 90 days at that time, so had it been known earlier, and it would have been much more detailed than what I've been showing you. It'd be much narrower area.
Nothing else, thank you.
May we release Investigator Wilbanks?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Mrs. Drake?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Thanks,
Thank you
Judge.
very much.
Yes, ma'am.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, at this time, we're going to adjourn for lunch. Again, Gwinnett County's going to buy your lunch, and you're going to eat in the juror cafeteria and stay together. Let's resume at 1:30. They're going to get a copy in the jury room. Do either one of you object that they keep the PowerPoint, or you want it?
I would ask that they be collected.
Okay, all right, we'll collect it after if you'll just leave it in your chair. You can just leave it in your chair and we'll collect them during lunch. And it's my understanding that the state wants to call Michael Ryan Jones next.
That probably might be the best course because just
Logistics.
logistically, I also have Ms. Nettinger here.
Okay.
to go ahead and take care of her testimony. She was able to make it, so she's here. And then we have our 2 4 witnesses, and we'll have Dr. Terry.
Okay.
This afternoon. So we'll have
I think-
enough to keep it busy.
I think for logistic reasons, if the state is okay to call Mr. Jones next.
I'm happy to do that, Judge.
Okay, just so the sheriff's department can help us with that. Okay. All right, we are adjourned until 1:25. 1:25. Everybody needs to be in their seats at 1:20.
there's no, it says right here, plain, it says right here, plain, there's no blood, no semen, no nothing. They can't, they ain't got nothing against me.
So did he indicate to you that he was not going to be linked to the young girl's body because there was no blood or semen on her?
Yes.
Is that what he said?
So there's no way this case can be put on me. It doesn't show that I was anywhere around her. It doesn't show me no blood, no semen, no nothing.
Okay. At some point, did the defendant talk to you about, at the time that you were at the Gwinnett County Detention Center, had you been to prison before?
Yes, I was in prison at the time.
Okay.
I was just coming back from court.
But you were just back in Gwinnett County to handle that case?
Right.
Did he ever talk to you about what prison was like?
Everybody's never been that has the possibility of going, they're always going to ask that question.
Okay. What specifically did he ask you?
He said, when and if I ever get charged, or when and if I have to go to prison, what is it like? And I told him.
Okay. And y'all, was that a one-time thing, or did he talk to you, ask you other times about what it was like?
It got brought up more than once.
Okay. Obviously, at some point, I'm sure everybody kind of wondered what might happen to them with their case. Was there ever a time that the defendant talked to you about the death penalty?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. I don't know how discussions about the death penalty, when this is not a death penalty case, are relevant.
His answer will be very relevant, Your Honor.
Okay, I'm going to give state
Your Honor,
latitude.
I have not received any statements about anything involving a death penalty.
Your Honor, Mr. Jones has been on the witness list. Ms. Drake has known about him. He's been at the Gwinnett County Detention Center. I can't control whether she interviews him or not, but
But he still has to turn over any statements of my client.
I have to turn over written statements of her client. There's nothing written, Judge.
I'm going to overrule the objection.
Did you ever have a conversation with him where the defendant, brought up the death penalty?
There was a conversation brought up one time. He said, man, he said, someone could get the death penalty for something like this. I said, no, you gotta do something more brutal than that. And he said, well, he said, so far they only got me charged with this one.
Okay.
He said, so far I'm only charged with one.
Okay.
I don't think killing one person I don't think somebody doing something, you're gonna get no death penalty for something like that.
I understand. How long do you think that you were in the same pod with the defendant?
Maybe a year. No, about 9 months.
Okay. And throughout that time, I know you've talked to us about a few different conversations. Well, in total, did you talk to him often about his case, or were those kind of some of the exceptions?
Maybe 7 or 8 times we talked about his case. It's not something like somebody wants to talk about every day.
Understood. Thank you, Mr. Jones.
Ms. Drake?
Yes. Good afternoon, sir. I just want to ask you a few questions.
Yes, ma'am.
So, what is J-Pod? What makes that different from all other pods?
Mental health.
Isn't it sometimes where people go when they're having issues with them?
What do you mean?
Why were you in J-Pod?
I'm fine. I was just there. I was an inmate worker, and since I have an active escape on me, there's only certain places they can work me. J-Pod, I can't work in the kitchen because I guess I got too many accesses to escape again, I guess.
And J-Pod is one of those where pretty much everybody stays in their cell, and you can come out usually just one at a time, right?
Yes. PCs come out by themselves. Suicides come out one at a time, maybe 2 or 3 at a time sometimes.
Okay. So just one at a time. If they're in PC, that's protective custody.
Yeah.
And these conversations happened with other people being around?
Yeah. Through the door. I was able to talk to people through the door. It would happen through a door on your rec yard.
Okay. Now, you mentioned a burglary. What county is that out of?
Gwinnett. For myself, burglary?
Yes.
I'm just down, the burglary's already done. I've done the time for that. I'm just doing the probation.
Okay. Probation on burglary?
Yeah.
And you said it was normal for people that are potentially facing prison to ask about how prison is, right?
Yeah.
So there was nothing unusual about that. When did you speak to the DA's office?
Just a couple of days ago. Oh, the first time?
Yes.
Months ago.
Did you reach out to them or did they reach out to you?
Me to them.
Do you remember when specifically? Was it before you went to court or after you went to court? For your charges here.
No, after I went to court.
And we're going to talk about, but on your escape charge that you've already been sentenced on, you've already filed one motion to reconsider that sentence and it was denied, correct?
Right.
Your Honor, at this point, I would like to tender Your Honor, I would like to tender into evidence certified copies of some of the prior convictions from our clerk's office and also White County. Defendant's Exhibit 1 is the sentence for Mr. Jones. I lost my glasses again. I'm bad from getting old. Defendant's Exhibit 1 is a sentence for Mr. Jones, 12B 3337-3, where he was sentenced on 1 count of burglary, 1 count of theft by taking, second burglary, possession of a firearm or knife was dismissed, and 1 count of theft by receiving stolen property, a third burglary, a second theft by receiving stolen property, and 1 charge of possession of a firearm by a convicted felon. That's your case that you had your probation revoked on recently. Is that a correct statement,
Yes, ma'am.
sir? Defendant's Exhibit 2 is 20B-00847-3, which charges him with 1 count of escape, which you got 2 years for. Is that correct?
5 to 2, yeah.
And the escape, I'm assuming, if you look at the sentences, you were supposed to do work release. Is that where you escaped from?
Yes, ma'am.
That's basically you just didn't go back.
Yeah.
How long were you out, I guess?
After I didn't go back,
Yes, before you got caught.
5 months.
Defendant's Exhibit 3 is from White County, Georgia. That is 2019 CR 455. 1 count of criminal attempt to commit an escape was dismissed, and interference with government property was guilty. That is you, correct?
Yes.
And Defendant's Exhibit 4, again from White County, is 2019 CR 454. where these charges were dismissed: theft by taking, possession of methamphetamine, interference with government property, fleeing or attempting to elude a police officer ×2, reckless driving and speeding. And sir, did you in fact enter a guilty plea to aggravated assault on a police officer?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that part of the sentence that you're currently serving? Or do you know?
Yeah. I think I maxed out on that.
Okay.
I think I maxed out on that. I think I'm only serving my, I'm only serving my 522 right now.
So you're only serving the escape charge?
Yeah, I max out May 5th, 2025.
Okay.
I think, I don't know if the other charges are still going yet. I don't know.
Now that that's the only sentence that you're serving, Your Honor, may I approach just to place these up?
Are you tendering those?
Yes, I am
Yes.
tendering those.
Mr. Duffin?
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay. Defense Exhibit 1, 2, 3, and 4 are admitted without objection.
I'm trying to think of how to phrase this question. Have you developed an opinion that you're going to receive some help in trying to get some consideration on that served to sentence?
No, ain't nobody gonna help me.
Okay, so you did not tell my client that now that Mr. Delphine is no longer in the DA's office, that he can help you get that sentence reduced?
No, Mr. Delphine he's never told me he could help me or anything.
Did you tell my client that?
No.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Can you redirect?
Just to confirm that, we've talked twice before.
Yes, sir.
You've never asked for me to do anything for you. I've never offered to help you out in any way with any of your cases.
Right.
Have I?
No.
Okay. You're here to testify because it's the right thing to do?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Ms. Drake?
Oh, nothing else. Thank
Okay.
you.
May we release this witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Come you.
State call its next witness.
Thank you, Judge. State's going to call Kelsey Nettinger.
These need to stay.
Good afternoon. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this case is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Good afternoon. How are you?
Good afternoon. Good.
Would you do me a favor and introduce yourself to the jury? Tell us your name.
Sure. I'm Kelsey Nettinger. I'm a crime scene specialist for the Gwinnett County Police Department.
All right. And Ms. Nettinger, how long have you been employed with Gwinnett County Police?
I'm going on 9 years.
And prior to working with Gwinnett Police, did you have any prior law enforcement experience?
I was an intern with the Gwinnett County Crime Scene Unit, and then I also did volunteer work with code enforcement here.
All right. Now, in order to have your job as a crime scene specialist, have you had to go through any kind of training?
Yes. So I have a bachelor's of science in criminal justice, and then I was hired on. You do a field training program. After that, I've been certified by the state, post-certified, to be a crime scene technician. And then also I've been certified by the International Association of Identification at the highest level of crime scene.
Okay. Now, if you can, ballpark for us, unless you know the exact answer, how many cases have you been a part of investigating since being a member, a full crime scene specialist member with the Gwinnett County Police?
I've responded to over 400 crime scenes.
Okay. Now, in the 9 years of those, do you know how many that you were the lead investigator on?
No, I don't know the exact number.
Okay. And I say lead investigator, I guess is lead crime scene specialist, or how do you refer to it?
The lead crime scene specialist, and out of those 400, the majority of them are me as lead. So you respond a lot to crime scenes individually. Yeah.
Understood. Now, in general, as a crime scene specialist, when you respond to a scene, what are kind of the procedures of how you get there and what you do once you get there?
So I get dispatched by detectives or by communications, the E911 center. Then after that, I respond to the crime scene. I'll take photographs or videos or measurements, sketches, videos, whatever a scene might dictate. And then after that, in the lab, I'll process any kind of evidence, any vehicles or anything like that. And then I'll write a report and then submit my evidence to the evidence unit.
Now, how are you, I can imagine if you, for instance, if you show up, and we're going to talk about a search of an apartment here in a minute, but when you show up to somebody's apartment or to somebody's home and all of their life's belongings and possessions are there, how do you know what you're looking for when you go in to document things?
Typically, if I'm doing an apartment, it's usually with the assistance of a detective. That detective will have a search warrant, which denotes different things that they're looking for, but also there's usually a detective or more than one, and they help conduct the search while I take photographs of the process.
So in somewhat of a team effort when you're there on scene?
Most definitely.
All right. Now, obviously, there may be times when you directly observe a piece of evidence that you can immediately recognize is relevant, but oftentimes are the detectives who are with you essentially getting your attention and telling you, hey, come look at this?
Yes, both of those, yes.
Okay. In this particular case, I'm going to take you back to, we'll start with February 6th of 2023. Were you working with the Gwinnett County Police at that time?
I was.
And were you on shift that night of February 6th, 2023?
Yes, I was on shift.
Okay.
Yes. I can't remember if I was on call, but yes, I was on shift.
Okay. And I guess there's a difference. You could be on call and be the one that has to respond even if you're at home?
Yes.
Okay. But that day, did you respond to a crime scene out in Decula off of Highway 316 near Drowning Creek Road?
Yes, I did.
And just tell us very generally what was going on when you got there.
Police had cordoned off an area within the woods at this point where there had allegedly been some bones located. So after that, I'll take some photographs of the area outside near the highway, and then I would take photographs leading into the woods, and then we would help do a search for additional bones.
Now, at this particular evening, who was kind of heading up the search for the remains and the recovery of the remains?
It was a team effort, so we had the area cordoned off, and then officers, detectives, and crime scene were all doing like a line search trying to look for more bones, and then eventually we called out the medical examiners to come and help us look and identify what was actually human bone versus animal bone.
And is that because the medical examiner has a specialty in that? And
yes,
you not?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, that evening, just tell us kind of what generally you did there at the crime scene.
So I arrived and I took photographs of the highway, the area leading up to the actual crime scene in the woods. And then after locating the skull of the decedent, I put rebar in the ground to indicate where that was located so that after the bones are collected, we could return to that location. And I documented all the pictures, and we put flags down as we were doing the search. So then in my photographs, you'll see flags that indicate where an additional bone might be located. And then after that, I've left, and we decided that we were going to do an additional search during the daytime just to make sure that we've caught everything that was in daylight.
All right. Now, in terms of, were you part of the group, were you actually picking up the bones and bagging them, or is that the medical examiner's office?
That was the medical examiner.
All right. So the next day, February 7th, did you return and participate in the search that day?
No, I did not.
Okay. Now, I want to move you about 6 days forward to February 13th of 2023. Did you have an occasion at that point to assist in searches related to this case, the murder of Susana Morales?
Yes, I did.
All right, and tell us what was the first, I guess, the event that you responded to that day?
Right. I was called to an apartment in Norcross to come and document the search. A search warrant had been obtained to document the inside of an apartment and collecting items of evidence, as well as 2 vehicles that were located in the parking lot.
All right. May I approach witness, Your Honor? Sure. I'm going to show you what I've marked as State's Exhibits 15 and 15.1 through 15.10. Take a look at those. Let me know if you recognize them.
Your Honor, I was just talking with the state. I know he's going to be showing her 2 sets and then a couple of other single photographs. We're not going to have any objection, so he doesn't have to go through the foundation questions.
Okay, so you're stipulating to State's Exhibit 15 and State's Exhibit 15.1 through 15.10 coming in.
Yes, and that will also apply to all photographs that he's going to use with this witness.
Okay.
And Judge, I can read those out to you since we're talking about it on the record. When we get there, the exhibits will be also State's Exhibit 17 and 17.1 through 17.19, and State's Exhibit 38, 38.1 through 38.4.
Okay, so,
With
go ahead.
With those being admitted by stipulation, Your Honor, may I publish them to the jury?
Yes.
Okay.
And let me just, I just want to make sure, State's Exhibit 15, 15.1 through 15.10, State's Exhibit 17, 17.1, 17.19, and State's Exhibit 38, 38.1 through 38.4 are all admitted and stipulated to.
Yes, without
Okay.
objection.
And just pursuant to the stipulation, just State's Exhibit 15 and 15.1 through 15.10 are photographs of a search of the defendant's apartment. The 17 and 17.1 through 17.19 are photographs of the search of the defendant's Ford F-150, and State's Exhibit 38 and 38.1 to 38.4 are searches of the defendant's police-issued vehicle from the city of Doraville.
Thank you.
May I publish them, Your Honor?
Yes.
All right. So can we put up State's Exhibit number 15? All right. Ms. Nettinger, we're starting out here with 15. We're going to go through all of them, but just kind of, as we go through, just walk us through and tell us kind of what's in each photograph. What are we looking at here?
That's going to be the Doraville police vehicle that's across from the apartment.
All right. And was this located next to the defendant's apartment? Or?
Yes, it's directly in front of it.
Okay. The next photograph, 15.1. And I should have asked it. We don't have to go backwards, but the police vehicle, was that the police vehicle issued to the defendant?
Yes.
Okay. What are we looking at in 15.1?
That is the front door of the associated apartment.
All right, and just so I can be clear, it's the one kind of where the officers are standing up here on the top left?
Yes, the one with the open door.
All right, so that's the front. You get there, and you have to go up those stairways that's right there in front of it?
Yes.
All right. To the next photograph, 15.2. And what are we looking at here?
And that is the Ford F-150 that is directly in front of the apartment as well.
All right. Now, the windows on this vehicle, were they tinted?
Yes, heavily tinted. The front were, you could slightly see through, and the back ones were nearly, you could not at all.
Okay. The next photograph? What are we looking at here?
That's the front entry door of the apartment.
Okay. And to the next one? I'm going to call it out just so I can make sure I got the record right. 15.4.
That is the living room of the apartment.
Okay. And to the next one, 15.5.
That's going to be additional things in the living room.
All right. Now, here on the floor, the camouflage, so is that, do you know if those were U.S. military issued or if they were just otherwise?
I'm not sure where they were issued, but they were tactical related, yes.
I understood. All right. To the next one, 15.6. What are we looking at here?
That is in the living room as well, in the coffee table.
Did you recover anything, did you take anything of value from this area in the home?
Yes, I did. There's a blink device plugged in behind there, as well as some more electronic devices in that crate.
What is Blink?
It's a security device where it records video.
Okay. For like home use or
Yes,
office
personal
or
use.
Personal use? Okay. So surveillance cameras?
Yes.
Is that a fair way to say it?
Yes.
Okay. To the next one, 15.7. And what are we looking at here?
That's the bedroom of the apartment.
All right, 15.8.
This is some of the police equipment that was located within the apartment.
And 15.9.
And this is additional police equipment. I took a photograph prior to the department picking it up.
Okay, so when you say the department, was that Doraville Police Department?
Yes.
Okay, and did they come to retrieve all of their police-issued gear and things like that?
Yes, they did.
Okay, so none of this stuff you took into evidence, you just took a picture of it before they took it away?
Right. They wanted it right then and there, so I just took this photograph so there's documentation of what they took.
Understood. To the next photograph, 15.10. And what are we looking at here?
That's a sweatshirt that was located within the bedroom.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Nettinger. I want to show you a few items here.
Let me give you these in case.
I'll show them to you in a minute, but we're going to put some exhibit stickers on there and make sure everything's good to go. As your job as CSI when you're there, once you seize something or take something pursuant to the search warrant, we have some. Once you take something, when you're there and you find something that's of interest to you, what do you do with it?
I'll take a photograph of it and then collect that item.
Once you collect it, where does it go?
It goes to crime scene. We secure it within our own unit, and then if I need to process it further, then I'll process it within the lab. After that, it'll be submitted to the evidence unit for safekeeping, basically.
All right. Now, and did you do so with the things that you seized from the defendant's apartment?
I did.
Okay. Now, I'm going to show you what I've marked as state exhibit number 50. That's all. Do you recognize what is in State's Exhibit number 48?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
It's the clothing items that I collected from the apartment.
All right, and what we're looking at here in State's Exhibit 15.10, this gray hooded sweatshirt. Did you collect that?
Yes, and it is in here.
Okay, and that's what's in this bag?
Yes.
Okay. Does it appear that anybody's tampered with this in any way?
No, it's still sealed and has my initials.
All right. And, Judge, I move to admit State's Exhibit number 48.
No objection.
State's Exhibit 48 is admitted without objection.
Your Honor, Ms. Nettinger has a pair of scissors.
I just gave them to you.
Fantastic. It's going to be my next request. I didn't know how they got there. I thought maybe she had them.
No, I'm not
But is it okay with you if she can open this bag?
Certainly.
All right, thank you so much. I don't want to go ahead.
Dull scissors.
It's all right. I'll make
I'll
them
have
work.
to get-
All right, so
This is the short.
this is your, you can open this bag now. myself or something else. All right. So what I'm holding here and displaying here in front of the jury is a gray hooded sweatshirt contained in State's Exhibit number 48. Is this the same hooded sweatshirt that you took a picture of in this exhibit displayed in 15.10?
Yes.
Okay. And where did you locate this?
This was in the bedroom closet.
Okay, thank you. Was any further processing done on this particular item?
No.
So you just took it into evidence and it went into the Gwinnett County Police Department evidence log?
Yes.
I'm going to put that back in there. I'm going to do my best.
Okay.
Try to get everything together. All right, thank you so much. And I'm going to put this over here. I'm going to show you also what it's marked as Exhibit 44. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
All right, and what is it?
These are the Blink devices that I collected to include the doorbell and then from the living room.
All right. And are there any tampering to the bag or anything like that?
Nope.
Do it appear to be the items that you took from the home, the Blink devices that you took from the defendant's apartment back on February 13th?
It is.
Judge, I've moved to admit State's Exhibit 44.
No objection.
So Exhibit 44 is admitted without objection.
Would you open that as well? All right, so there's 3 other bags inside of there that are sealed?
Yes, I label everything.
Okay, and so we've got, is this the doorbell here?
From outside? Yes.
All right, and this is is it dining room, coffee table?
Yeah, or the living room.
Living room. I
Yes,
apologize.
living room.
Very good, and then what is this one?
This is the living room as well, underneath the TV.
Okay, and are these cameras, or what kind of devices are these?
I think they're just associated devices with Blink. I'm not really sure
Okay, so you
what
don't-
their function is.
you're not sure what the function is on them, but they're related to the video recording.
Yes.
Just let's open this one right here, the one that says the coffee table, living room coffee table. All right, and so by looking at these things, we don't know what they are. What do they say on them?
Blink's Sync Module 2.
Okay. And is this essentially what's also contained in this one that says the living room under TV? Or do you know?
I can check, but I believe they're essentially the same.
Okay, so there are these Blink modules that are there in the house, and then also a Blink doorbell.
Correct.
Okay, understood. And we can put those back in here.
Okay.
Okay, so after searching the defendant's apartment, you had, when we looked at photographs there of the 2 vehicles, the black Ford F-150 and the police issued vehicle. I'm not sure what that was, what type of vehicle it was. I'm sure you'll tell us here in a minute. But were those vehicles taken back to the Gwinnett County Police Department headquarters?
Yes, they were.
And what was the purpose of that?
It's to further document them so we could photograph them, search them, and do any kind of processing necessary at a later time.
Did ultimately you end up searching both those vehicles?
Yes, I did.
Let's start first with the black Ford F-150 vehicle. When did you search that vehicle?
That was on the 15th.
Okay. And I've got the photographs here. They've already been admitted. I'm going to display them, but I'll put these up here just in case you need to reference the actual photograph itself. Can we? And you said that was on February 15th?
Yes.
Okay. And where did that search take place at?
The crime scene unit.
I'm showing you here on the screen, State's Exhibit number 17.
And just kind of tell us what we're looking at here for the record.
That's the front of the vehicle within the crime scene unit garage bay.
All right. And State's Exhibit 17.1. All right. Now, what are we looking at here?
That's going to be the interior cab area of the same vehicle.
Okay. Now, this appears to be taken kind of from the rear driver's side door.
Correct.
Okay, into the vehicle. All right, next one. 17.2.
That's going to be the front area of the vehicle looking towards the driver's side seat.
Okay, and 17.3.
That's going to be the front passenger side floorboard with some zip cuffs.
Okay, did you seize those as evidence?
I did.
All right. What are zip cuffs?
They're essentially disposable handcuffs.
Okay. Police, do police, can they carry those?
Can they? Yes.
Okay. Now, and those were, as you found it right there?
Yes.
On the floorboard?
Yes, that's in situ, as you saw it.
Okay. Now, you use the word in situ.
Yes.
What does that mean?
That means just as it is and as you saw it originally.
Very good. To the next one, 17.4. Okay, go ahead.
That's going to be the rear of the cab, or the rear interior area again with all the miscellaneous belongings.
All right, and the next one, 17.5.
That's the same area, just from the opposite side.
All right, and the next one, 17.6.
Again, that's the same area, just pointed down to show more of the items.
Here in the, amongst the other items here, this box that's right here, and I'm pointing it on the screen, that says black nitro. I don't know if that's how you say the word, nitro or nitrile. What are those?
Those are going to be disposable gloves.
Okay. And go to the next one for me. All right, here, 17.7. What are we looking at here?
That's going to be a vest with miscellaneous equipment attached to it.
All right. Now, the vest here, does it have a name attached to that, a badge on it?
Yes, Officer M. Bryant.
Okay. And to the, there we go. To the next one. What are we looking at here? 17.8.
That's going to be a bottle of Crown Royal that was located within the vehicle.
Okay. And the next one, 17.9.
These are going to be some more zip cables.
Okay. And are these all in a package?
Yes.
Okay. Next one, 17.10. What are we looking at here?
That's a GPS tracker that was located within the vehicle.
Okay. And do you remember where that was located at?
I believe it was the front passenger door pocket.
Okay. And what are these used for? Do you know?
Front driver's side door pocket, I'm sorry.
Front driver's side door pocket.
Yes, I'm sorry.
That's all right. I'm glad you clarified. So, do you know what these are used for?
Tracking.
Okay. This one in particular, can it be affixed to anything? Do you recall?
I think it can, but I'm not super familiar with those kind of devices. I don't have them.
We'll move to the next one. 17. I can't read it now. I'm sorry. 11. What is this?
That's going to be a stack of $20 bills, 50 bills to be exact, that were located within a sealed evidence bag within the vehicle.
Okay. 50 $20 bills, so that's $1,000?
Correct.
Okay. And they were inside of a sealed evidence bag?
Yes.
All right, like the type of evidence bag you might use in order to
Yes.
log and seal evidence from a crime scene or something?
That it would be from, yes, a crime scene or something.
Okay. This, and I want to be clear, the bag that this $1,000 is found in, was it like this when you found it, or did you put the money in the bag?
No, I located it just like that. That's the initial time that I picked it up from the vehicle.
Okay. To the next one. And what are we looking at here?
That's the photo right before I picked it up.
Okay, this is a photo of the $1,000 in the evidence bag?
You got it.
Okay. Do you recall if that had case information or things written on it for where it was supposed to go?
No.
Okay. To the next slide. What are we looking at here?
That's going to be handcuffs within a holster within the vehicle.
is it pretty common to see police officers carry handcuffs like this in a holster like that?
Yes, in their regular vehicle.
Okay. You say in their regular vehicle.
Not their personally owned vehicle. I haven't seen that before.
Okay. You have not seen it in a police officer's personal vehicle, but you've seen it before in police officers'
Correct.
police vehicles is what you're saying.
Correct.
Understood. All right, to the next one. All right, and what are we looking at here?
That's going to be a business card that was issued by the Gwinnett County Police Department, Officer Merkley, for a case number.
Okay, and the next slide, please. What is the case number associated with that business card that Officer Merkley issued?
He wrote it as GP 2200600902.
Okay. Off the top of your head, do you happen to know what that card is referenced to?
Yes, it was referencing a firearm that was reported stolen.
Okay. To the next photograph. And what is this?
These are going to be more items that were located in the personal vehicle, to include a driver's license belonging to a female.
Okay. And go to the next slide for me. All right. And is this the same driver's license?
Yes, it is.
All right. And who is this driver's license issued to?
It says Davina Elizabeth Jones Vargas.
All right. And to the next photograph. What are we looking at here?
That's going to be a Glock magazine that's located within the center console.
All right. I'm going to show you what I've marked as State's Exhibit 43 and ask if you recognize this.
Yes.
All right, and what is it?
This is going to be the Glock magazine, as well as a firearm holster that I recovered from the center console.
Okay. And how do you know that's what it is?
I labeled it, and then it has the case number and my initials on it.
All right. Does it appear to be tampered with in any way?
No.
All right. And Judge, I move to the State's Exhibit 43.
No objection.
State's Exhibit 43 is admitted without objection.
Can you open it for me, please?
Yes.
Okay. So you have here in this bag this holster, and can you tell me who issued or who made the manufacturer of the holster?
It says "We the People" on it, so I'm not really quite sure who makes it, but it says "We the People."
Okay, that's fair enough. I'll take that. And this magazine here, what kind of firearm was this magazine associated with?
It's labeled with Glock as well as 9mm on the back.
All right, so it is a magazine that is it capable of holding 9mm ammunition?
Yes.
Okay. Now, in the photograph we're looking at here, 17.18, is that exactly how you found it?
Yes.
All right. In that one, does it appear to have ammunition in it?
Yes, it does have live cartridges in it.
All right, live cartridges, that's what you
Or
call it?
ammunition, yes.
Okay. There's probably so many terms. Real bullets ready to fire in the magazine. Is that a fair way to say it?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 43.1. Can you tell me what that is?
Yes.
Or if you recognize it?
Yes, these are going to be the live cartridges that I removed from the magazine.
All right. Appear to anybody tamper with those?
No.
All right. And Judge, I move to admit State's Exhibit 43.1.
No objection.
State's Exhibit 43.1 is admitted without objection.
All right. And we're not going to worry about opening it. It's a whole bunch. How many were in there?
15? Yes.
15. So 15 9mm rounds inside of this Glock magazine that was in there?
Yes.
Are you familiar with guns at all?
Yes.
All right. And that magazine, would it fit inside of a Glock 19 semi-automatic 9mm pistol?
I believe so.
Okay. And can we go to the next photograph? And what are we looking at here?
That's going to be the rear area of the truck. It has 4 trash bags in it.
All right. Did you go through all of the trash bags that were in there?
I did.
Okay. Now, again, same procedures once you searched the truck. Did you take everything that you seized and logged it into evidence in the crime scene unit?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
And lastly, I want to take you to State's Exhibit number, I'm And I'm going to start with State's Exhibit number 38.1, and then we'll come back to the rest of them. After you searched the black Ford F-150, did you search the police-issued vehicle to Mr. Bryant?
I searched both of them on the same day, yes.
Same day, okay. And where did you search that vehicle at?
Also at Gwinnett County Police Headquarters.
Okay. And if you can go ahead and display State's Exhibit 38.1. All right. And Ms. Nettinger, what are we looking at here?
That's going to be the crime scene unit garage bay again with the vehicle in the back.
Okay. And what kind of, is this, it looks like a Ford Explorer to me. Is that what it is, or a Ford Police Interceptor, or what is it?
I'd have to see the back photo, but yes,
Okay.
that's what they typically are.
All right. And can we go to the next one? State's Exhibit 38.2. What are we looking at here?
That's going to be the front area of the vehicle with the MDT on the arm there.
All right. And we'll go to the next photograph. That photograph, what are we looking at?
That's going to be the same area from the opposing side, so it's looking towards the MDT.
What is you're using the word MDT, or the initials, what is that?
That's a mobile data terminal. Police use it for communicating while on calls.
Okay, so police issued laptop?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is that fair to say?
Yes.
All right, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 47. Can you tell us what this is?
Yes, this is the MDT that I collected from the vehicle.
And from the image, this is the same one that we're looking at here in State's Exhibit 38.3?
Yes.
And how can you tell that?
It has the case number written on it, as well as my initials.
Does it appear that anyone has tampered with it in any way?
No.
Okay. And, Your Honor, I move to admit State's Exhibit number 47.
No objection.
State's Exhibit 47 is admitted without objection.
Ms. Nettinger, would you open this for me, please? All right. So this is, I guess, just all of the different parts of it here as well.
Yes.
I don't want to mess with it. Here on these, this here, the MDT, I guess, is it all one piece? I don't want to fall. Okay, so this here, that's the same thing that's sitting right there in Mr. Bryant's patrol vehicle, 38.3?
Yes, it is.
All right, now, does this operate kind of just like a laptop does?
Yes.
Opens up and you're able to open it up there. So, open it up, able to type things into it, access the internet, access stuff like that?
Yes, you are.
Okay. Whenever you, obviously you've seized this, but what did you do with it when you got it?
I'll submit it to evidence and wait for any kind of further requests, a detective or any downloads.
Okay. So did you do anything with it other than take it from the vehicle and log it into evidence?
No.
Okay. All right. And if we could go to the next photograph. All right, what are we looking at here?
That's
Sorry,
going,
go ahead.
that's going to be the same police vehicle. That's going to be the rear trunk.
All right, and here in the trunk, obviously is ballistic, bulletproof police issued vest.
Yes.
Okay, and also over here on the right, what were those on the right? These two larger, longer bags here.
Those are going to be rifle bags.
Okay, were rifles in them?
I don't believe so.
Okay, and to the next photograph, 38.5. What are we looking at here?
That's after I've removed the vest and some other large items. There was an empty vodka bottle sitting in the trunk.
Okay. You can go ahead and turn the display off. After you searched the defendant's police-issued vehicle, did you turn those items into evidence as well, like we talked about?
Yes.
Okay.
Nettinger, I appreciate you being here, and I don't have any questions for you.
Thank you.
Defense may have. Ms. Drake?
Your Honor, even though I was handling the objections or not regarding the evidence, may Mr. Dobbins do cross?
State have any objection?
Oh, no,
No, okay.
No objection.
I do. So,
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Just a couple questions. You had indicated that in my client's personal vehicle, the black F-150, is located, I believe it was zip cuffs, disposable gloves, a tactical vest, and handcuffs. To your knowledge, is that standard police equipment that a law enforcement officer would have?
Yes.
And I believe you said it was $1,000 that you located?
Yes, and $20 bills.
You say there was no case information on that bag. To your knowledge, was that actual evidence in any type of an ongoing case?
At least for Gwinnett County Police Department, we're not allowed to use evidence bags for our personal use. So if I locate something within an evidence bag, I assume it's related to a case.
Do you know if that's the policy of the Doraville Police?
I'm not familiar with Doraville.
And what was the date of the search? Let me ask you this first. Were all three searches on both vehicles and the apartment done on the same day?
No, I believe the vehicles were done 2 days later.
Okay, and what were the dates for the searches?
The apartment was on the 13th, and then the vehicles were on the 15th.
One moment. I have no further questions.
okay. Thank you, Mr. Dobbins. Anything further?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, may we release this witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes,
All right,
ma'am.
thank you very much.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much.
Your Honor, the state calls Miss Elisha Bates.
Okay, and this is, yeah, okay. I want to remind the press that there is to be no filming of this witness's face.
Your Honor,
This is not one of those.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I asked you that. I'm sorry.
I apologize.
No, no problem.
And Your Honor, this is one where we're going to need the charge read to the jury.
Okay. Do you want it read before she comes in?
She can be on the stand.
Okay, we'll just bring her in. I'll swear her in, and then I'll read the charge. Okay.
Ms. Bates, I'm going to have you go right up to that witness stand, okay?
Good afternoon. If you'll remain standing.
Yes, ma'am.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this case is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Please be seated. All right. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, before Ms. Matatucci begins the direct examination of this witness, I want to read to you one of the jury charges and a jury charge regarding this witness. Sometimes evidence is admitted for a limited purpose. Such evidence may be considered by the jury for the sole issue or purpose for which the evidence is limited and not for any other purpose. In order to prove its case in counts 1, 2, 3, and 4, the state must show intent. The state has offered evidence of other acts allegedly committed by the accused to prove intent and motive and to negate any defenses of accident or mistake. You are permitted to consider that evidence, this evidence of this witness, only insofar as it may relate to those issues and not for any other purpose. You may not infer from this evidence, this testimony, that the defendant is of a character that would commit such crimes. The evidence may be considered only to the extent that it may show the elements that the state is required to prove in the crimes charged in the case now on trial. Such evidence, if any, may not be considered by you for any other purpose. The defendant is on trial for the offenses charged in this bill of indictment only and not for any other acts, even though such acts may incidentally be criminal. Before you may consider any other alleged acts for the limited purposes stated, you must first determine whether it is more likely than not that the accused committed the other alleged acts. If so, you must then determine whether the act shed any light on the elements of the offenses for which the acts were admitted in the crimes charged in this indictment in this trial. Remember to keep in mind the limited use and the prohibited use of this evidence about other acts of the defendant. By giving you this limiting instruction, the court in no way suggests to you that the defendant has or has not committed any other acts, nor whether such acts, if committed, prove anything. This is solely a matter for your determination. All right. Ma'am, have you ever testified?
No.
Okay. I'm going to ask you to kind of come forward. This is Sheila. She has taken down everything that's said in the courtroom by law, and so she's going to be taking down your responses. She can't see if you nod your head.
Yes, ma'am.
Or if you say or then she won't know exactly what you're saying, so we may say, is that a yes or is that a no? And everybody needs to be able to hear you. If you pull those two microphones together and speak directly into them, that's usually the best way, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
The attorney's going to be asking you questions, and wait till they're finished with their questions, even if you know their answer and you want to tell them the answer, because Sheila can't take down if two people are talking at one time, okay? Thanks.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Can you state your name?
Elisha Bates.
And can you spell your full name?
Elasha. Last name Bates.
And Ms. Bates, how old are you?
23.
And Ms. Bates, are you working?
I do.
What do you do for a living?
I work from home as a loan processor.
And what type of loans do you process?
Insurance.
How long have you done that work?
About two years.
Did you go to school?
I went to school for cosmetology.
What about high school? Did you graduate?
Yes, ma'am, I graduated.
What school did you graduate from?
Loganville High School.
Okay. And do you know Mr. Miles Bryant?
Yes.
When did you first meet him?
5th grade, Hambrook Elementary School.
Pembroke Elementary School?
Yes, ma'am.
Was that here in Gwinnett County?
Yes. Or no, yes, I think. I don't know.
It's okay. You said in 5th grade. Were you guys friends in 5th grade?
Yes, the best of friends.
The best of friends, okay. And friends that went to each other's houses?
No,
Or just friends in school?
just friends in school.
Okay. How long were you guys friends from 5th grade to what grade?
11th grade.
So from all the way through middle school and then most of high school?
Yes.
And in 11th grade, what school were you in then?
11th grade, I transferred to Loganville High School from Berkmar High School.
Okay, so you did your freshman and sophomore years at Berkmar High School?
Yes, ma'am.
And was Mr. Bryant at Berkmar as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you guys in the same grade?
We were.
And you were still friends in high school?
Yes.
What happened when you transferred to Loganville? Were you still friends?
Barely, I barely talked to him.
Okay. When you say barely talk to him, how often do you think you talked to him after you left and went to Loganville?
If he reached out, but I wouldn't make initial contact with him.
What about after you graduated from Loganville High School? Were you talking to him then?
No.
And at some point, actually, did you talk to him, you think, during your senior year of high school?
If he would have reached out, but I didn't reach out to him, no.
Okay. And did you guys ever hang out after you moved?
No.
And at some point, after you graduated and moved on to Loganville, did you hear from Mr. Bryant again?
Yes, after graduating in 2019, he reached out to me.
Okay. And I know you said you were the best of friends. Did you all ever date?
No, he liked me in 5th grade. We never dated. He dated my best friend, Kishana.
You dated your best friend, Kishana? What's Kishana's last name?
Phillips.
And was Kishana Phillips, did she go to Berkmar with you all too?
Yes, until she moved to Archer.
Okay. Do you know what grades Mr. Bryant dated Kishana?
I believe it was freshman year, and they probably were still dating up until senior year.
Okay. But you never hung out with Mr. Bryant outside of school?
Not unless Kishana was there. We did a movie double date. To the movies, I brought my own date, and he brought her, and we all hung out, and after I went back to her house.
Okay. Back in September of 2022, do you remember reconnecting with Mr. Bryant?
Yes.
And in September of 2022, what were you doing with your life? Were you in school or working?
22, I was working 4 jobs.
4 jobs?
Yes.
Okay, tell us what jobs were you working then?
I worked at Taco Bell as a manager. I worked at Waffle House as a server. I worked at Publix as a stalker. And in my free time, I worked on Uber Eats. And I did hair, of course.
Of course. I don't know how you had time to do that, but okay. So you're working those 4 jobs, and you said you reconnected with them. Who initiated the contact to reconnect?
Miles reached out to me.
How did he reach out to you?
I believe it was Snapchat or text message. He reached out stating that he wanted to get back with Kishana, and he wanted to talk.
At that point, were you still friends with Kishana? You guys were still in touch?
We talked here and there, not like the best of friends, but we definitely still had each other's back.
And then in September of 2022, when Mr. Bryant reached back out to you, where were you living?
I was staying in Snellville at Annistown, off Annistown Road at Stone Creek on the Green.
Is that an apartment complex?
Yes, ma'am.
And that apartment complex in Snellville, is that here in Gwinnett County?
I think it's Gwinnett.
Okay. And you said he reached back out to you. Did you see him in person?
Yes, when he texted me, he stated that he wanted to talk to me and get advice about them rekindling their relationship. So he pulled up to my apartment complex.
The apartment on Annistown?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
We sat in the car and talked.
Okay. And when you sat in the car and talked, did at some point he come inside your apartment?
Yes, ma'am. It was getting late. I was going to go pick my boyfriend up, and he came inside to talk to me for a little bit before he left. He said he wanted to make sure I made it home safe, made it inside.
Okay. And let's talk about your apartment. Describe your apartment. Was it first floor, second floor, third floor?
My apartment was on the 2nd floor.
Okay. And is it an apartment that had a door that went to the outside, or did you have to go inside a building to get to the door?
Outside.
Okay. And how do you get up to your apartment? Stairs or elevator?
Stairs.
Okay. You said he came into your apartment. How long do you think he was in your apartment?
Maybe an hour, if that. I felt uncomfortable.
Why'd you feel uncomfortable?
He was at my apartment, and we were talking. He sat on the couch, but then he asked to use the bathroom. I watch a lot of TV shows, a lot of SUV and Criminal Minds. When he asked to use the bathroom, I opened my room door because it connects. I felt like he was going to go in there. Sure enough, as soon he didn't even use the bathroom, he opened the room door, starts to go in my room, looks around the closet. He was pushing on the walls, making sure it was sturdy.
What do you mean? What do you mean he was pushed on the walls?
Like the frame of the walls, like the door, he was pushing on it to see how strong it was.
Did he tell you that's why he was doing that?
No, he didn't ever say why. He did it on the front door as well.
Okay. And you said he went into your room. Where were you when he went into your room?
I was sitting on the kitchen counter. I was looking at my bank statements. I was a server, so I had like $500 in cash. The person I dated had only a Cash App account, so I asked Miles, could I give him the cash? And he transferred me the funds, which he agreed to.
So what do you mean? You asked him to transfer the funds. Explain why you did that.
Because I was a server. I didn't feel like running back out late to an ATM to deposit the money so that I could pay my rent. So I gave him cash and had him send me the funds, and then he left.
Okay, so he did that for you.
I said yes.
Sorry, yes, ma'am.
Okay, so when he went into your bedroom, did you say anything to him?
Yes, I asked him what he was doing and why he was in there, and he was like, I'm just looking. It was weird.
Did you ask him to leave?
Yes, after he did that, I grabbed a knife and I had it like underneath my leg while he was in the house, just because I know he has that background. So if anything were to happen, I needed to be able to protect myself in the situation.
What background did you know he had?
I've been friends with him, like I said, since 5th grade. I knew that he took JROTC. He's been on plenty of trips and stuff like that with them. Then I knew that he had a military background and he's a cop.
After you hung out that time in September 2022, did you hear from him again?
Yes, he reached out multiple occasions. He kept calling me. He kept texting me, asking me to link. He asked me on an occasion about moonshine.
Okay. One moment. You said he reached back out to you. Was that via phone or text?
Text.
Okay, I'm showing you what's marked at States 56. If you could take a moment and look at that document. Do you recognize that document?
Yes, ma'am.
And there are 3 pages that are stapled together in States 56. If you could look at all 3 of them. Are those text messages from your phone?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that a true and accurate copy of screenshots of text from your phone between you and the defendant that you took?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, this time it's under States 56.
No objection.
Okay, States 56 is submitted without objection.
Permission to publish States 56, Your Honor?
Ma'am, you have a computer right here, it's gonna come up, and there's one back there, so, but you can, either one is, and if there's water right here, if you'd like some water.
Yes. And if you could zoom in so she can read the text messages. And this is your phone, correct, Ms. Bates?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and what is the date on the first message?
September 12th of 2022.
Okay, and the blue, is that you or Mr. Bryant?
That's me.
Okay. Can you read the messages, starting with the date and what the messages say?
September 12th of 2022 is question mark. Miles responds, "This Miles, my bad. I was seeing such because I was out. You working?" Which is on September 13th of 2022 at 1:34 p.m. I responded September 13th at 9:22 p.m. Need to, but no, I couldn't. And he said, "I'm gonna pull up on you tomorrow if that looks." I said, "No, I'll let you know." He said, "Okay." I never responded. He texted me again September 19th, 2022, 11:58. "You up?" The next day I responded at 7:33 a.m. "Am now, you good?"
Okay. Can you continue to the next page? And what is the date of the first message?
September 20th.
Okay, that's the one you just read, and what's the next one from? Mr.
September 20th at 4:24. He texted me and said, "Hey, are you free?" I never responded. He texted again September 20th at 6 p.m. I have that software downloaded. Let me know what's up.
Do you know what software he was talking about?
He wanted me to let him get my ex's phone so that he could see if my ex was talking to other people. And I said that I didn't need to do all that. Like, who does that? Like, I would just leave if it's that serious.
Okay, so you didn't ask him for any software?
No, ma'am.
Okay, you can keep reading. What is the next one back in October?
October 15th at 8:05, link. I said, like, hang out, link. Like, when people typically say link, it's like sexual. It's not like just to hang out. So,
Okay. What did you respond?
I said I'm still on finishing an order. He said, bet I'm finna be on that site, let me know. I got this moonshine I want you to try. I said, oh hell, laugh my fucking ass off, which is LMAFAO, sorry.
Okay.
He said, nah, it's good, it's banana pudding, trust me.
Okay.
December 10th at 11:40.
Next one, thank you.
He said, hey, just called to check on you, good?
Okay. And was that the last message that you received?
Yes, ma'am.
And if we could scroll to the top.
Oh, sorry.
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
No, that's okay.
Up top, what do you have Mr. Bryant saved in as your phone?
Miles the stalker with an axe and a hole.
Did you put that in there?
I sure did.
Why'd you put that in there?
Because he is stalking me and he's a weirdo.
Okay. We saw all those messages, him asking to hang out. After September 20th, the first day that you guys met up at your apartment, did you ever initiate any contact to hang out with him?
No, ma'am.
Did you ever go out with him? Or
Never called him, text him, none of that.
Just a moment.